Evening, fam. It's another episode of North London is Ours, and it should be a doozy tonight. Still got one more person coming in, that's Stell. And so it should be very, very interesting, the topics that we're talking today. I had a compliment. Someone said, man, that intro is fire, but it's too long. So I'm gonna work on shorten that intro. But yeah, it's definitely fire. Gonna go around the panel before we start. Big up to those who are already in the chat. We already have 73 and rising. Please hit the like and subscribe. I put a little note right here. Please, definitely subscribe to TJ Warren TV. Oh, forgot to put CMO. CMO Sports. The new Spurs King TV. Right, they changed their name. And Asthmatic has it there. And then we have Saad and the Football Corner. Please hit the like, subscribe, support these channels. Very good content. And so please support these channels. Just quick big ups to George, who's in the house, Tot Spurs, Graham, James, Rob, William, Stay Humble, Ian, Baz, George, get the Fratatata out of my club.
It's begun.
I mean, we have all different types of Arsenal fans here. TKA, I mean, Dietrich's. We got the whole fam up in here. So big
Dietrich's.
up. Yeah, Dietrich's here.
Yeah, hey, Dietrich's. What happened to Harry Kane in the last two big games, huh? Disappeared.
Yeah.
What a shot.
He's already blaming Tuchel and the board. Move on.
Yeah,
Where's Donnie? We need Donnie in the chat. Get Donnie in the chat.
We're working on this, John.
Where's Danny? We need Danny K immediately.
Lee Gunn versus Stefan. We will try to get that in.
My days.
Big Tone is also in the house. Balu. Just big up to everybody. But we got a lot to talk about. So I want to go around. I'll start with my co-host TJ, and then I'll guess.
Yes. Big up everybody. Big up everybody inside. Make sure that you're smashing the likes for the boys of Tottenham away and all these great content creators that have channels, except for that fraud Stefan. I'm just kidding, man. Yeah, but big up everybody inside. Make sure that you are hugging your loved ones, that you are saying what you need to say to your loved ones, because life is precious, as we learned yesterday in Kansas City. So I'm sporting all of my Kansas City stuff today, and yeah, let's have a good, positive show. I have a feeling that I'm going to be needing alcohol in one of these at some point, but we move on.
I'll finish my drink. And tonight we have a special guest. Please big up. Just hit a like and subscribe on his channel. We got Saad, who's in the house. You may have seen him at This Is Football, The Football Terrace,
TJ1 TV.
Show. You see him around. Saad, how are you doing, brother?
Good, man. Good. Thank you very much for having me on your channel, man. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here. I loved the intro, by the way. It was very good. The only thing that I would kind of change and chop and change is taking Van Persie and Nasri out of there. Van Pagan, I don't need to see that guy anymore. I erased anything he done for the club. Erased anything he done for the club. You can hold that, bro. No way you go to the scum. No way you go to the scum, and then you try and come back, bro. He doesn't even come to our games. He goes to Manchester United games. He sits there in Old Trafford like he's Lord Almighty God. Oh yeah, I can sit, bro. Forget about that guy, man. I'm done with him. But listen, big up for you guys. My bad, man. I just went into a little mini rant there. But listen, big ups to you guys. Thank you very much for having me on. It's a pleasure, man, to be here.
Oh no, definitely an honor to have you here. Ash, how you doing, brother?
Yo, brother, I'm here. I'm alive. I'm good. Thanks for having me on, first of all. Big up yourself, Mari, Tottenham away every time. Big up TJ Warren TV. Big up Connor on his channel, CMO Sports. I'm going to try and get there a lot more. And hold tight, Stefan and Saad. Big up to you, man. Meeting you for the first time for the Football Corner 97. Shout out to the people in the comments as well. You're going to make it a brilliant show as always. Help us to kind of defeat the Arsenal, man. Help us to defeat them. Let's go.
and you know, like I said, last night's Rivals show on Spurs Kings channel was wild. Watch it. I almost drove off the road because there was some wild things said. Like literally almost drove off the road. Connor, big up. How you doing, Connor? And I changed it. CMO Sports. Go head over there. Connor, how you doing?
I'm good, bro. Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Happy to be back. And yeah, let's talk North London, man. It's gonna be it's always a special one when we come on here. And big up to everyone who's on the chat. Big up to everyone who's on the panel, sorry. And big up to everyone who is in the chat as well. And yeah, let's get this thing flowing. And I'm sure when Stel gets in here, it'll be even more heated with him and Stefan. So let's get it cooking. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Yeah, big up. And Stefan, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Thanks for the invite. I just want to say, hello to everybody. Looking forward to the show, guys. There's gonna be some good topics, some good debate. If you guys wanna, if anybody likes me in the chat, which I'm sure most people do, of course, you can find me on CMO Sports with Connor. We have a pretty much a weekly show. It's an Arsenal focused one, but now we're kind of branching out. I come on here and of course last night from time to time whenever Ash invites me on Spurs Kings TV. So yeah, looking forward to it, guys.
All right, big up. And so since there are 4 Arsenals and we're still waiting for my Spurs fam to come in, seems like we're bottling it. We will start. First question. Arsenal came in and I'll start it off and I'll let Ash, because I know the 4 Arsenal guys have a lot to say. I told Stefan on a private chat, I'm more impressed by the 6-0 Ville. Alexa, I am Mr. Objectional. I'm more impressed by the 6-0 trashing of West Ham than the Liverpool victory. And here's the reason why. It's mentality. The reason why I keep saying Arsenal's going to finish third and Liverpool's going to finish second, City's going to win because of mentality. To win a big game against Liverpool, I came in saying the West Ham game is dangerous because the typical Arsenal fashion, they'll drop points. And I told Stephen in the chat, after I saw that game, and yes, West Ham they're good at home. They're not the greatest, but to smash them 6-0 convincingly, I said, "Oh shit, these guys, they wear the big boy pants. They come into play." So I was very impressed. So I'm more impressed by the West Ham victory, and me personally, I still have City winning it. But does Arsenal have a chance? They have a chance. They have a chance. That's what I'm saying. They have a chance. I don't think they're going to win it, but they definitely have a chance because they put the big boy pants. I don't know if Ash feels the same way before we throw it to the Arsenal boys.
Yeah, for me, I was impressed by their set pieces. So I'm used to Arsenal controlling games. And we've seen that through the course of the season where they've actually conceded less goals and they've had control. And me, myself, when I was watching it, I was like, are Arsenal really better than last season? I'm not too sure because the threat of the goals weren't really the same as last season. But now they're starting to add the goals along with the set pieces. I'm slightly worried because I'm thinking, look, that set piece thing wasn't there before, and they're finding different ways in games. And as you said, off the back of that Liverpool game, everyone had Liverpool down to win. Do you know what I'm saying? Even the Man City game before that, everyone had Man City down to win that, and they've beaten two massive rivals. They've gotten it over the edge, and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, are they starting to click into gear now? Were they kind of like pacing themselves? And are they now finally fine-tuning and getting into their rhythm? My only question for Arsenal is Liverpool have the experience. Man City have the experience. It's 4 games in where they're on a run. Before, they were on a rut. Let's not forget that. That rut before, they were shaky. You understand? So it'll be interesting to see what type of run they go on from here and what type of players step up to the mark, because they for me, like when I saw Saka going inside that channel and scoring that goal, normally he's out wide, he's getting doubled up or he's dropping deep and they're running out of ideas. But similar with Odegaard for me now is dropping deep, doing what Madison's doing. I said, right, they meant copying us. What's with the call back there picking up the ball? They meant a copying edge ball. Allow it, bro. But let me stay calm. For me, I just saw that. I said, yeah, you know what? They're finding a different way. They're adding goals as well. It's not like they're winning games by like 1 or 2. They're actually peppering the keeper, like the peppering shots as well. So for me, it's a thing where, yeah, Arsenal are starting to click into gear. I'm looking longer term. Like I don't know how the Arsenal fans feel because I'm looking from an outside in. Do Arsenal push on from this season and be a serious contender in the next 3 to 5 years as maybe the second top team underneath Man City? I still think Man City is for them to lose, and Liverpool they're finding a way to do it as well without Salah. When Salah comes back, in my opinion, I feel like he will galvanize their team and they'll go for another step further, in my opinion. So I still have it Man City to win. Liverpool, because they've got the experience and that mentality with Klopp being his last season, I think he's drawn that into the players' heads as well. And then I think it's Arsenal third. And that's the only reason. If it wasn't that Klopp leaving, I would have said, you know, Arsenal could get second. But I think that he's just thrown that out there and he's trying to galvanize the team and trying to push them and give them a different type of energy going into this final end of the season, in my opinion.
Okay. Let me get Stel, because like I said, the Arsenal fans are. I feel that it may be some difference of opinion. Stel, you came in the first question of the night. Saad, meet Stel.
Stelios.
Uh,
How you doing, brother?
Big up, man. Nice
Football
to meet you, man.
Corner
Nice to meet
TV. And
You too.
Stell, I said basically me and Ash basically saying that we were more impressed. I know I was more impressed with the West Ham victory than the Liverpool victory because normally, mentality-wise, Arsenal will drop points. So I left saying that I still have City winning, but is Arsenal challenging or has a chance to win the league? I'm saying yes. Objection. I'm saying yes. They have a chance to win. But I still have City winning it. But I was just impressed by their mentality in the last game. What do you think, Stel?
I can't believe how many Gooners are on our channel. I've never seen this before. I've been doing this for 2 years. I just see Arsenal fans everywhere. I'm like, is this the right channel? Is this the right? Okay. Without sounding biased and without
Here we go.
trying to wind people up,
Here we go.
they've had 2 good games in a row, right? It's 2 games. I'm not someone that looks at 2 games and says, "Oh my God,
Okay.
Arsenal have arrived." Wow. Liverpool, I knew they'd beat Liverpool. I knew they were going to beat Liverpool because I was saying before.
Yeah, but
you
you
go back
And it begins. And it begins.
wait,
let me
you didn't
finish.
know we
No,
beat Liverpool.
Let me finish.
Let him
You
finish.
predicted a draw.
Let him
You
finish.
predicted a draw.
Let him finish stepping.
No, but he talks. He starts with lying.
15
Okay.
seconds,
Let him lie
and
then.
15 seconds, and you're triggered. It
You
took
weren't
me 15
timing him,
seconds.
Stell. You had the phone up on your watch. Come on.
I time him every time. 10 seconds. 5
I just
seconds,
want to point
15.
out to the viewers, he predicted a draw, so he didn't predict Arsenal would beat Liverpool. I just want to say that. He said 2-2 in the stream before the Liverpool game.
Can I finish, or you lost it already? You've just gone. Head's gone.
Let him land.
I'm just saying you didn't predict we would win that game. So
No,
stop
no, no,
acting as if you predicted.
well, you've lost it again, right?
Okay.
15 seconds. Head's gone. The show's gone to shit now already,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
You're right.
I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna shut up.
All right.
Oh, I love this show.
The week before, I said, I think it'll be a draw, but if Arsenal win, I will not be surprised one bit because at the Emirates this season, Arsenal have looked very, very good. And I said that last week. Other than the Fulham game where you drew early on in the season, I thought against Spurs, the first 25 minutes, if Jesus had his shooting boots and whoever took the shot from the angle, I think it was Saka, if they put that away, maybe it's a different game. Man United, you took it to them. Man City, you beat them. And I said last week, go back and listen, I said at home, they've been very, very good. So I'm not surprised you beat Liverpool. But the West Ham game, look, to go to any top 8 team, and West Ham are in the top 8, and beat them away from home is impressive. To smash them 6-0, that was a massive, 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 massive statement from Arsenal. But is it a statement, or did you just... sometimes everything just drops for you in a particular game. I don't know. That's why I said it's only 2 games. If in 4 or 5 games' time, plus the 2 Champions League games you've got, the same thing's happening, then I'll say what Mari said. Mentality, they're in a title race. I will get on that train and say, yeah, it's real. But for now, I'm not being biased. I'm just saying what I see, right? It is 2 games where this has happened. But they're 2 big games, which is why I think everyone's got hyped. But for me, I don't think Arsenal are a team that anyone should look at in the big games. It's what you do when you play the smaller teams. That's where normally you come unstuck. Those teams just outside the top 8. So you've got some smaller teams. If you knock them off, like I expect you to destroy Burnley at home. Like even we smashed Burnley. But if you go on a good run now and knock out Porto, then I'll say, do you know what? This lot are serious. They're in a title race. But for now, I'm not getting carried away like a lot of other people are. Now you can get triggered.
Our host, co-host TJ.
Hey, no, I'm absolutely gassed. We've gotten 12 out of 12 out of our last 4, and that's exactly what I needed to see before I said that we were in a title race. I mean, I was hesitant to say that we were going to go on a run even after the Liverpool match. I kept saying that the West Ham was going to be the true test because, yeah, we can get the big victory at home, but can we do it away? And, if we were going to go ahead and get that victory away at West Ham, then we're going to go smash Burnley. Then that's 5 in a row. And I fully expect us to get a result against Porto away. Like Stel said, at the risk of sounding like a little bit like a broken record, because Stel said it himself, it's the lower table teams where we stumble. I think that Newcastle is going to be extremely tough to beat at home. They always play us rough. They always play us physical. And as long as we don't stumble against them, I think we will have a pretty decent run together by that point. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where look, and then Stefan, I'll let you take it from me, take it after this. But I think that we've been very, very impressive, and I think that coming back from Dubai, I was very skeptical about where the mentality of this team was, where we were going to be. Are we going to be consistent enough to actually make a title charge that is worth being called a title charge, right? Worth being called, worth being said that Arsenal are in the title race as a fact. And right now we're showing signs that we can. But right now we just have to take it one game at a time. We're going to smash Burnley. I think we're going to get a result away against Porto. But the one game that I really have my eye on over the next 4 weeks is Newcastle at home. They always cause us problems. Always. So if we can get 3 points there, then we don't really need to worry about saying, obviously I want to win every game, but we have difficult away days ahead. Obviously we have to play at the Etihad and we have to play Tottenham Hotspur away. That's always a problem for us.
Light work.
Always. So if we're going to be truthful, we need to be collecting the 3 points where we can. And then that way we give us a little bit more room, for error. But right now we don't have any room for error. So.
Yeah, I want to go to Sada, the newbie here, and get his opinion on the question: will Arsenal win the league?
Will we win the league? Listen, that's the question. That's the question that we need to find the answer to. Now, can we win the league? Of course. Between us, City, and Liverpool, each of us have chances of winning the league. It just depends on your percentage of, or the probability of if you can win the league. Do you know what I mean? City, for me, they're favourites. Let's actually sit here and be completely honest. City are the favourites for this title. There's no way you can go from being treble winners to the next season not being favourites for the title again. Like, you have to be. It's just simple mathematics. It's as simple as that. But can we win the title? Listen, this whole season, I've seen us. We've looked like we've been holding back, and we've been trying to control games a bit. We've been trying to control games a bit too much. Like, there's a difference between having control of games and still being dangerous and scoring goals and being able to pepper teams. And there's a difference between controlling games and being absolutely static in the attack, where you can't even put the ball in the back of the net. You're literally trying to walk it. That same old saying, they're trying to walk it into the back of the net. That's literally the thing that we were doing before these last games. But these last games, I don't know what happened on that Dubai trip. Yeah, I don't care about no Salt Bay. I don't care about none of that, bro. But whatever happened on that Dubai trip, bro, we need to do that at least 2 times a season, bro. At least 2 times a season, bro. Because the way they've come back after that Dubai trip, bro, these guys look fired up, bro. They look ready. They look back to how they were last season when we started. And not even now are they only going through games and, sometimes we'll score like 1 or 2 goals and you'd see us like sit back a bit. We'd kind of lay off the pressure and we'd just sit and let the other team, if they want to have the ball, they can, or we'll have the ball and we just pass it around our centre backs. In the last 2 games to 3 games, we were just going at them and at them and at them. And especially in the West Ham game. The West Ham game is where they showed it for me so much, because they were just going at West Ham. It doesn't matter if we scored. We were still going at them and at them and at them. Even though they were doing like a mid to low block, we were still going at them trying to score. And even when the main players come off and the secondary team came out and the bench players came out, Elneny and them, man, bro, these men are still trying to get goals. I'm like, bro, you know what I mean? There's a mentality switch there. Now, that's all good and well. having that mentality switch now in the second half of the season, because that's what we want as fans. We want our team to have that mentality of second half of the season, business end of the season. We need to do our thing now. We need to go and on a consistent run of games. We need to be continuing to win these games, game in, game out. Now, how we'll handle both competitions, it remains to be seen. But how we can go into the Premier League, whether we will win it, I still think City are just way too strong. Do you know what I mean? I still think City are just way too strong. If I'm being realistic, if I wanted to be shameless, I would say, yes, of course we're going to win it. We are there. We can do it. Like, of course we can if City manage to drop points. And even, you know, on Saturday, I believe the game is, bro, we could see something crazy happen. But for me, I just think they need to drop points, bro, because they've been here and done it, bro. You can see by how they're maneuvering themselves now. Like,
Sad,
the point is just come back in. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Cheers, bro. City have got Champions League, Arsenal have got Champions League, Liverpool have got Europa Cup. So you're all in Europe and you've got the Premier League. You're at the domestic cups, they're still in the domestic cup. So you've got a bit of advantage and you're playing less games in them. So I think you might have an edge there when it comes to number of games playing. But I would argue City have got a squad for it. I'm not sure if Liverpool do. So it kind of balances out a little bit. Let's say you're in a title race. There's 7-8 games to go. Right, now it's someone's going to win it. Someone's got to take it. Who does it mean more to? Because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, Arteta has to prove something at some point. Another season not winning anything, you basically become Poch's Spurs, right? That's what you become. You've got Liverpool. Klopp said he's leaving. He wants to go out on a high. He wants to send it off on the best thing ever, giving them another title. So that means a lot to him. So we know what it means to Arteta. We know what it means to Klopp. And as for Pep, nobody's won 4 in a row. That means something to him. So when you look at the agenda, winning 4 in a row, saying goodbye on a high, not going down as another bottle job season, who does this mean more to? Because I think that's what it might come down to. How do you see that?
If I'm looking at who it means more to, obviously for me, I think it means, it means so much to win the Premier League again. Like, after how long we haven't won it for, it would mean so much to me, of course. But if I'm speaking about it objectively, like without having a hand on the trophy or anything like that, and I'm just sitting back and I'm looking at who it would mean more to, I think it would mean more to Liverpool fans. Just because you've got Klopp, who, let's face it, saved their club. I mean, they were sitting mid-table when he came to them, and he took them from mid-table to challenging for Champions Leagues, challenging for league titles, getting 96, 97, 98 points in a season. He's leaving this season. It's definitely going to mean more for them. But I think for Arteta as well, it would definitely mean a lot, because it's his first official big trophy. Do you know what I mean? Of course, he won the trophy, the FA Cup, where we won it in the first season with Unai Emery's squad. And I fully understand people were saying Unai Emery's squad, but he still had to win it. Do you know what I mean? He still had to manage those games. He still had to put the team out there. Yes, he had the team which wasn't his, but he still had to put the team out there. Now, I think I would go with Liverpool, but Arsenal is a very close second, just because it's just all building up for us.
I'm putting my money on Liverpool then. My money's on Liverpool for the title on that basis.
If you lose money, don't come back to me, man. I'm out of here, bro.
If I win money, don't ask for any as well.
There you are.
I mean, no, I don't think we're going to win it. No, just because of our inconsistencies at times, and we know what a crazy run. The flipping eyes, man. It's the eye. It's the flipping eyes from Stefan, man. Listen, because we know, because realistically,
bro, I love Stefan already, bro. I just want to say that right now. I love him already, bro. Stefan,
Right.
I would
G,
hold that praise for a minute.
Stefan, as an Arsenal fan, we know our inconsistencies and we know that we can drop form like nothing, like no tomorrow, right? And listen, I'm expecting to go to Burnley and I said 3-0. I'm expecting them to get a clean sheet and absolutely smash them, right? But at the end of the day, I've always said, listen, it's all well and good, beating Liverpool and City, massive wins, to progress us further into the table. But at the end of the day, we've seen that we can drop points against lower teams. Southampton last season, for example, was a perfect example. So, listen, if the team keeps on this form consistency, I don't see why not. We can't still be in the title race. I don't know. I'd have to be proven for them to do it. That's the only way I can be proven if they actually go ahead and do it to win it. For me to actually go ahead and think, yeah, they can do it. Because for now, I'm just thinking it's going to be another classic City season. Liverpool. Listen, by all means, they did beat Burnley 3-1, but they look poor up front.
They were shit.
To be fair, Salah is back now, so that's a big boost for them. But I don't know, man. City have that in them. Like they had the afterburners after Christmas, and they just got absolutely mental until May. But for me, no, I don't see us winning it. But I'm not saying we're not going to be in the race. I firmly believe that Arsenal will stay in the race. It's just whether we can be consistent or not. Because, like I said, we do have our inconsistencies. We like to drop off. Touch wood, we haven't had injuries to our main core defenders yet, i.e. our two centre-back pairing. Because when one drops, that's a big problem, especially if Timber. Well, hopefully Timber's back soon, but we don't know how he's going to pair with Saliba or Gabriel. But now there's a load of questions. And listen, at the end of the day, I do believe we're in the title race, and deservedly so. We've proven again that we can do it. It's just whether we go ahead and actually win the thing. Because at the end of the day, I want to be winning it. I'm happy to be in the title race, and the exciting part of it. But you need to go ahead and win it at some point. And we're not far behind them, and I'm praying that Brentford do a madness this weekend and somehow get points between Liverpool or City, because they've shown they can do it before. So maybe they can go do it again. But to put that aside, I don't want to be relying on other teams to get results, even though we need to realistically, because otherwise, if they keep winning to end the season, they win it. We don't win it. But I just want Arsenal to do their own thing, to show leadership, to show dominance, to show that they can go ahead and do it. It's just whether we have the consistency to. And I will happily get the fattest laugh and name shame if he goes ahead and wins it this season, because everyone will be proved wrong, and Arteta will be praised for a very long time. But no, I don't. I personally, right now, I don't think we're going to win it. As much as I think I'm happy with our form and I think it's great, and we're playing good football, which is something I've been asking for all this season, by the way, literally, and we're finally doing it in terms of on the pitch and the results. So yeah, no, I'm happy now, but in the day, it's all about consistency, and I'm going to say it every day until I beat that horse dead. It's all about consistency, and we all know Arsenal are inconsistent. And I'm not even holding my breath against Porto, because we know what we're like against Portuguese sides in Europe. So I'm taking it game by game. If I'm going to be honest with you, Maury, I'm taking it game by game, bro. I'm not getting ahead of myself. Game by game. Burnley, we do that. Grab 3 points, get out of there. Next is Porto. Like, I say it to TJ, I have my hour celebration with him on the match reaction. I could get against West Ham. I said, bang, 6-0. Got to roast my West Ham mate for about 2 hours. Still do to this day anyway. But I said, now we move on to Burnley. It's another 3 points. It's another day. And I'm not getting ahead of myself. So, yeah, that's my point.
Stefan.
All right. Start the timer.
How much time do I have?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. Just from recent form, I would say Arsenal are, as I thought, maybe Arteta, maybe the way he trained them, maybe the Dubai trip helped. I said even before in the streams that I prefer Arsenal to peak later in the season than they did last year, which was from September to December, when we were on 100 points in terms of expected, because of how we were playing. What is also missing is the fact that we beat West Ham without Jesus, without Zinchenko, without Partey, without Timber. Who else? Who else were we missing? We were missing a number of key players that would have played. So I just think we're gonna get better, because once Partey comes back, hopefully he stays fit. Timber will stay fit. I just want to point out that Connor's holding his head. He's the guy that wanted Thomas Tuchel at Arsenal. I just
Yeah, because he literally won
yeah,
a Champions League in his first
doing
season.
amazing. I just want to point out he's doing amazing at Bayern at the moment. He's turned an attacking side of Leroy Sané and Kingsley Coman and made them look like fucking Timo Werner. Great. Okay.
I literally made
great.
the point because he went to
And-
Chelsea and won a Champions League.
No. And you know
Yeah,
what?
that's what I'm
And
saying.
yeah, that's true. But you're all about standards, aren't you? You're all about
Yeah,
standards.
but what's Thomas
There's-
Tuchel got to do with anything?
No, but I'm just pointing out you're holding your head as if like
Why bring Timo Werner into this, man?
because he's shit.
Because he's awful.
Okay. So yeah, going on.
Eddie and Kay is
From
good.
from what Murray said,
give me a break.
yeah, from what Murray said about in terms of again the Partey Rodri thing when everybody takes the piss. Diego Simeone played Partey instead of Rodri, so you can write all you want about that, but Diego
was back
Simeone
then.
rated Partey
That was
over
back
Rodri.
then.
So
Now
okay.
he wouldn't do it now. I have an
Yeah, because
interesting fact here.
Partey's injured. But Partey's
Rodri-
injured.
Rodri in every start
Here we go.
this calendar
Connor.
for a year,
Uh,
Man City has not lost a game when Rodri has started.
Who's a
Not
better coach,
in games.
Simeone or Pep? I trust Pep.
Simeone or Pep?
Yeah.
Well, it has
Yeah.
to be Pep because of the actual trophies. But if you look at the job that Simeone has done at
Pep plays
Atletico,
Rodri. Pep plays Rodri.
yeah, but Pep doesn't have Partey, does he? Stel, what a stupid
Because
argument.
he wanted
He
Rodri,
would never
not
start
Partey.
Partey over Rodri.
He didn't want Partey, bro.
Diego Simeone had both of them and played Partey. Is Diego
Yeah.
Simeone some bad coach, Stel? Is he a shit coach now?
Well, you just cussed Tuchel for playing defensive football. Isn't that what Simeone does?
Simeone? Yeah, he
Mhm,
plays
yeah.
defensive football, but he still had both of them at his disposal, and he chose Partey over Rodri.
But that was
Rodri's not a
4
defensive
years.
player.
Those are 3,
But
4 years.
but that was okay, of course, yeah. But okay, continuing.
Good point.
Okay, continuing. And what Mari said, are Arsenal better placed in the next 3 to 5 years? Of course we are. We have one of the youngest squads in the league. Bukayo Saka, our best player, is 22. Martinelli is 22. Declan Rice is 24. Odegaard is 24. Saliba is 22. Just to give you guys perspective, I checked this. When Mohamed Salah was 22, he had just moved from Basel to Chelsea to be a bench warmer. Kevin De Bruyne had just moved from Chelsea to Wolfsburg. Okay, just to give you a perspective of the ages of these players. Virgil van Dijk just started playing first team football for FC Groningen in the Eredivisie. So these are all our top players at this age and are performing at this level. So they're only going to get better. We're going to buy better players as we continue to progress.
Stefan, you missed something.
Liverpool are going to lose, who are the top, you would say, the second best team in England. They're losing their generational coach. They're not going to be able to replace that type. You just can't. There is not a coach on the market that is as good as Jurgen Klopp that will replace Jurgen Klopp. Just there isn't. So they're going to go down.
You missed out something though. You're saying
What?
You've got all these amazing young players, right? Which
Yeah.
I think you've got quite a few good ones. But if you don't win the big trophies, they leave.
Oh, well, okay. Let's
So you're
see.
assuming they'll stay.
We
Well, you
will
need
win.
to win the trophies to keep them, don't you?
Yes. I know. I agree with you. But I think we will win, and we are very well placed to win trophies in the future. And let's not forget, every single Man City source, journalist, reliable, Pep will leave after 2025. Next season is Pep's last. He has hinted at it. He has not signed a new deal. So
But Stefan, we
best
can't
placed
rely
to
on
win.
Pep leaving for us to then become good. Why can't we just be good now?
Because no, I'm not saying Pep. He was talking about the long-term perspective. I'm
Spurs will
saying
be ready by then. Spurs will be ready by then.
Oh, come off
of
it now.
course, yeah.
Oh,
The great
please.
Spurs.
Come off it.
You're like,
Great Spurs.
third year of
What,
age.
you'll be competing for titles when Pep's
Who?
gone?
3 years. Yeah. Man
Jesus
United will be back
Christ,
as well.
Lord help
Man
us,
United will
Lord
be
help
back as well.
No, they
With
won't be
Ineos, they'll
back.
be back.
Lord
Yeah,
help
who are they
us.
going to be back with Man United, man? Because they got Dan Ashworth. Are you kidding me?
Manikobu, Garnacho, and Rasmus Højlund. They've got very, very good young players coming through. Just like that.
Garnacho in 1.5 to 2 years is going to be sold to Sevilla or Real Betis. I guarantee you.
Well, we
this.
can say the same. Saka's off to Real Madrid then, if you're going to use that logic.
Why would Saka be off to Real Madrid when we'll be challenging for the league?
Because Man
right now.
United will
Like,
be
why?
challenging in a couple of years as well.
No way.
I did.
Man United might get top 4 this year in their worst season ever. Let's just don't.
Yeah, but
knock
United
Man
always
United.
do that still. Still, United always manage
They're
to pull it off.
100% going to
Exactly.
shithouse Europe.
Connor.
They're 100% getting Europe.
Yeah, but
Connor,
still,
exactly.
they don't. They don't play like when you watch
They're in
them.
such a state. I do not see them competing for the next 5 to 10 years.
They're not good enough. Still, they don't have good enough
Right.
players.
Not everything's a project, guys. Not everything's a project. Some
No, I
clubs
know
just 1
that,
2
but
years.
they're just the club is just in a state. Look at the club; it's such
Look
a
at
mess.
the players they've signed. Still,
and they might get 4th. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
with
yeah,
a bit of guidance,
that's
a bit
not
of
a cheat.
planning,
But 4th isn't good enough. Like,
yeah, but
they've
fourth
just
for
brought-
Man United is that enough for you? Is that good
they've
enough?
just
for you?
hired. They've just hired one of the best recruiters in the game. Right? Don't sleep on Man United. I
He's
hate
not
Man
a
United.
first of all, he's
And
not
Man
a
United are the
recruiter.
kind of club that will spend 300 million in the window as well. guys.
Still,
Don't
he's
forget
not a
that.
recruiter. He's a manager. He's a really good. He creates a sport. He's not a scouter. This is the other misconception that people have been saying about that answer. He's the guy that gets the best scouts and builds the best sporting structure for them.
Yeah,
be
he's a
successful.
recruiter. I never said he's a scout. He's a recruiter. He recruits the teams and then builds.
Okay,
them. I
let's
get it.
see, because Newcastle isn't doing very well this year. Isn't it? They're not. They're
But
not
look at
doing
the
very
players they
well.
brought in.
Would you-
Kamara's, Botman. He was behind all of that.
Yeah, but
all I've got to say, can I just say one thing about that? Because the thing is, Omar Barada coming in, yeah. Firstly, big up Omar Barada, man, one of us, man. He's a Moroccan, bro. So you know, what I mean, I have to big him up, innit? He backs the scum, but it's all good, man. We'll big him up for now. But yeah, listen, Omar Barada, literally, his whole philosophy is building efficiency and just building an efficient club. Do you know what I mean? And if you want your club to run how Man City was running, he's one of the guys that helped them do that.
You need Pep.
So what we say, because Pep's the coach. But,
Yeah, but Pep
why
drives
Man City?
everything.
But why Man City, Stefan? Because why Man City are so good and why they are like this is because of the back rooms. No, it's because of everything that's happening in the background. The reason why he's got players like Cole Palmer, the reason why he has players like Phil Foden that he can just bring on like that he could that help him to win trophies is because of the backroom staff, is because of the whole structure of Man City. He helped that. It not only did Omar Barada just look after City, he looked after City, he looked after Girona, Melbourne City, FC. Like, bro, he was in charge of all of those teams, like under that umbrella of the City group, innit?
Yeah, but he's not a football person. He's a financial guy, Omar Barada. He's a CEO. He's the commercial side of it. And I'll give you one example of what the coach does. Pep Guardiola came in and he brought in the levels of excellence and everything. It reverberates through the whole club. Just like when Sir Alex was at Man United, just like when Wenger, when he pioneered new diets, new types of training regimes, everything. I'll give you a great example of what a great coach does. Michael Edwards, who everybody hails as this messiah, okay, is this great scout that developed Liverpool. He's the same guy that hired Brendan Rodgers, that bought shit like Christian Benteke, Mamadou Sakho, and all of that. So,
Stefan,
wait.
Stefan,
Michael
what
Edwards,
does this have to do with Arsenal winning the league?
but he's pointing out that the most important thing is the coach. Man United do not have the coach do not have the right coach. He doesn't have the personality. He doesn't have anything. Like, in terms of, he doesn't have the charisma to be a Man United manager. And that is why I think no matter if you hire the best scouts in the world with the best sporting, if you don't have the right coach in place, they will never reach. When Pep came to Man City had won the league before Pep, but they never reached that level until he came to Man City. They never reached that level of success, whether it's with their academy, whether it's with everything, in all levels. And that is driven by the coach.
But the first 2 years of Arteta, most of your fans said he wasn't the right coach. Like, you don't know if the right coach is the right coach until the system, the plan, and the recruitment kicks in. Once that kicks in and he's been given the tools, then you see what the coach is about.
Yeah, but
this is what I'm saying. Man United have got a plan coming. I think they're going to get their shit together. And I'm not saying they're going to come and just suddenly wipe Arsenal off the map. What I'm saying is, you're saying Liverpool's going to go down because of Klopp, and Man City, Pep's going to leave, and you're waiting for that. Don't sleep on Man United. And do you know what? I don't believe Daniel Levy's going to fix Spurs either, but that's just me. But if he does drop the money this summer and they recruit like we did, Spurs will go up a notch. We will naturally because we'll have better players.
Perfect
Okay.
Don't write
segue.
off,
Perfect
don't write off the
segue.
opposition. All I'm saying is don't write off the opposition just yet like that.
Perfect segue. Do Spurs have enough for the top 4? I'm gonna start with Ash, and I'm gonna work backwards because I got my brother stepping out in about 15 minutes. I want to hear his opinion on Spurs, brother Saad. But I'll start with Ash. Do Spurs have enough for a top 4? Sonny just came back. It seems like we're healthy. The football is still patches, and big up to Sava. Just saw Unleash. Agree with everybody on the panel. The football is still good in patches, and then there's some other times you're just like, huh? But then again, we are trying to play a Manchester City type of football, but we don't have the Manchester City players yet to play that type of football. We have sprinkles of a couple of good players here and whatsoever, but do Spurs have enough for top 4? Aston Villa, do you believe that they'll stay up with us? Will United catch us? I mean, do Spurs have enough for top 4?
Spurs do have enough for top 4 because we've seen at the start of the season what we're capable of that first run in the first 10 games. The run we went on before the Chelsea game when we had a lot of injuries happen to us. I feel like we're in a mini pre-season at the moment where our midfield, which I believe is our strongest asset, and then our centre-backs not too far behind, when they find their rhythm, because at the moment, I don't think they're kind of at the same level where they were at the start of the season. Now, we all know the quality of a Maddison, a Sarr, a Bentancur, a Basuma. They haven't all looked at it, if that makes sense, during the games. And I feel that's why we've struggled at times. And also, as you said before, Son has to be one of our best players. I feel like when he's not on the pitch, we miss his threat. We miss his clinicalness, if that's not even a word. And I think he's the difference maker alongside Maddison. Now, Maddison's been dropping deep to find that space, to get onto the ball, find that killer pass. And before, Son wasn't around for him to kind of thread that ball into. Now Son's going to be there. It's down to these players, these big game players, to step up to help us push the team through the back foot. Also, Basuma, I feel like since maybe the Luton game, that disciplinary thing has been bothering him. I feel like he's playing within himself. Even down to Nottingham Forest when he got the red card before he went off to AFCON, I felt leading up to that, he was playing within himself. The first 4 or 5 games, he was explosive. We kind of need that back. I thought when he came on the other day, he had a different vim about him, a different type of energy, a different kind of bounce. And I said, bro, that's my brother, That's my guy, Basuma. That's the Basuma we need. But in terms of Spurs, it's like, we said, when we get our centre-backs, we're going to be back. Our centre-backs came back. It never happened. We said, when Maddison comes back, it's all going to click. Maddison came back. It didn't. So I do understand like the concerns of many Spurs fans, but I just believe that everyone's back now. The energy is different, and we do have enough because we've got 1 game a week compared to maybe Aston Villa. They're not used to being in Europe. They're going to be in that competition. They're going to slow down slightly. I do respect their squad. I do like their style of play. I think they peppered Man United. Manchester United have been playing poor all season. I do understand Stell's point. Like, you can never write off Manchester United, never. But they're so inconsistent in terms of McTominay. Like, he's literally looking at Ten Hag, and Ten Hag's looking at him like, yo, brother, you going to save me or what? So literally, without McTominay, I think United would have been dead in the water. There'll be no comeback for them. And that, like I said, Rashford's just been off the boil. Garnacho, for me, is not strong enough, physical enough. Yes, he is fast. He is quite good on the ball. But in terms of athleticism, I think he's not quite there. And Hoyland's in the form of his career at the moment. He's really doing it. He's doing bits at the moment. But their midfield, to me, I'm not convinced. And that's the reason why I feel like Manchester United are so inconsistent. They're so hard to call. And let's face it, like I said, against Villa, they were lucky. Against Wolves, even when they got that last minute, if it weren't for Kobe Mainoo, bruv, they're in the mud, bro. They're in the mud. So I just feel like Spurs are better equipped at the moment to push on. United are still in more competitions than us as well. And so I'm going to consider that as well.
Okay. I'm going to skip box office because, like I said, I want to get Brother Saad's outsider's view in regards to the Spurs team. Do they have enough for a top four? Do you like the football that they play? I mean, though they're a rival, but you know, in comparison to United, who's finding form but still does have their identity. Where Spurs, you kind of know the type of football they're gonna play. What's your view on Spurs, Saad?
Well, firstly, I'm gonna get out of the way. I definitely think you guys can get top four. I think Aston Villa just their away form, and I've said this on the terrace. I've said this before, and people looked at me funny. They were never title challengers. They were never in a title race, like never, because their away form was just a killer for them. It was like their Achilles heel. They'd go away, and then it was like they'd drop points every single time. Do you know what I mean? So Man United, they're in their whole situation. I don't think they can catch you guys. Just with the inconsistencies in the way that they play, I don't think they can catch you guys. So I think you guys really have just a straight empty road in front of you to try and get to that top four. And I think you guys will get there. I think the football that and just come in and got you guys playing with the caliber of players that you have, obviously not including the first team, because the first team is actually quality, but the football that Ange has got you playing, something that I didn't think you do. When he came in, I didn't think he would have you. I thought you guys would be finishing maybe 8th, 9th, maybe even 7th, something like that, because you're losing Harry Kane, who was such a big part of the way you play in regards to helping you score your goals. He's always involved. He's like an old school striker where they get the ball from deep and they carry it forward. But listen, he has turned Son into the captain of this club. Like Son wears that captain badge with pride. Do you know what I mean? So for you guys right now, it's only up and up and up. He just needs to improve the team. I think it's going to take a few seasons before you're like challenging for titles, but listen, I think there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel for you guys. And as much as I hate to say it, like your football is good to watch, but when you win, that's the part that I have a problem with, you know? When you win, that's the part that gets me upset. But the football is very good to watch. He's come in and he's shown his experience of dealing with players. And again, I said this from the start that listen, Ange does not deal with big names. He does not deal with big players that are well known around the world. He brings you these random players like Vicario. Who heard of Vicario before he ever came to your club? And now he's like what, second best goalkeeper in the league? I think he's been one of the most consistent goalkeepers in the league, apart from certain moments where he's looked a bit shaky. But that was maybe the Brentford game and possibly another game. It come out of my head, but. Yeah, I think you guys definitely can get top four, and I think you guys are playing good football at the moment. Yeah, so I think you guys are in a good place at the moment for where you're starting from. Do you know what I mean? This is the beginning of your process with Ange, and he's definitely got a long time with this team and with this club. It's just it always comes back to Daniel Levy. That's literally the Achilles heel of your club is Daniel Levy. Will he back him or will he leave him like how he did when Poch got to the final, and then after that doesn't get given the world class players he needs? Do you know what I mean? I'm not.
That is
only got
the best analysis from an Arsenal fan about Spurs. I've heard. Saad, brother, you're the man. That is the best way to explain it. I'll give Stefan credit because he gets Daniel Levy down pat. but outside that was like excellent to the core. Who's next? Box office, you want to go, or Stefan want to go?
Yes, give it to box office.
Back to you, I'm still I'm done.
Just need to get back into the show because the ratings could have turned up. If it's up or down, I don't really know what to say on that. That's it. Really, Mr. Box Office, the main event, the Professor of Truth and Entertainment, Stedos' Nightmare, and Ash's Guilty Pleasure, and that's it. And if you don't know, get to know. Let's get straight to it. I don't understand what I've just heard there. I'm hearing people saying we're playing great football. Great football, really? Let's unpack that. I was at the games, the last couple of games, and all I've seen is us being moments teams, yeah, playing good football. That's it. You know what I mean? Against Brentford, we had 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That was it. You know what I mean? And then we saw what we saw, and that was it. Brighton, I'll be honest. Again, 15 minutes. First half, I was there. Well, rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Brighton didn't have a chance. Brighton didn't have chances because they haven't got a striker up front. They were playing actually better football. They were pinging it about that what Tottenham Hotspur should be doing most of the time, and that was it. You know what I mean? The game against Man United, I was hearing that, we absolutely banter Man United. That was the worst Manchester United side I've seen in years. Absolute years. You know what I mean? You know, and the only player that played well was the reject Bentancur, which I've been saying he's a reject, but I actually called him, said that he was the best player on the pitch. You know what I mean? So that sums it up with Tottenham Hotspur, and that's it. You know what I mean? The only reason why I said it again, we had no expectations this season, right? And that's the only reason why we're up there at the moment. I'm sorry, yeah, and people don't like what I say, but this is the truth. You know what I mean? Because I'm real about my team, and that's it. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? We've got 3 strikers that, for me, have got no arrogance. Got no arrogance as well. Richarlison, who, to his credit, he's playing well at the moment, even though he didn't play well against Brighton. I still call him the below average Emil Heskey. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Yeah. Timo Werner, which I'm sorry, if we're going to sign him next season, we're in trouble next season. I'll tell you that for a fact, big time. You know what I mean?
Alex is world class.
And Johnson, for me, at the moment, which I'm not even going over the top about him, but Tottenham fans are absolutely hating him at the moment.
He's
So
shit.
I'm sorry. I mean,
You signed the shit
Wolves
Lucas
is going to be
Moura.
a tough game. It's going to be a tough game with actual wingers. Yeah, because Kulu
And
is
only
not
that
a
your
winger.
2 fullbacks are injured. I don't know if you
Kulu
guys
is not
have
a
heard.
winger. And yeah, it's glad. I'm glad that you put the point out about our fullbacks, because for me, they're keeping us afloat massively. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Yeah, I
It's
do
gonna be
hear the
great.
point, because I got my boy Asthmatic that I have a chat to, and he talks sense most. I love him because I talk to sense of him all the time. Even though I didn't like the fact that he didn't invite me on his show, that I can banter Jay on. You know what I mean? Because I wanted to banter him out the pieces and rinse it to pieces. I tell you that for a fact. You know what I mean? But I still love you, bruv. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I still take your point. He has been playing. He's been playing good for his level. For his level. Yeah, but he's still not he's still not there yet. And I think this is a purple patch, and this is his best form. Yeah, I still need to see him next season. That's it. So that just sums it up perfectly, and that's it. But I'm sorry, I'm hearing this thing about us, this hype about us saying playing great football. I'm
You
sorry.
are though,
If
Alex.
you actually watching,
Alex, you are.
if you actually watch us for the whole game, and
We
actually,
got enough
I
to
was
get top
there.
4, Alex.
I was there, right?
Yes,
I was
yes.
actually there. Right?
Alex, answer the
We're not playing
question.
good football. I'm sorry.
We
If
got enough
we're
to
going to
get
get
top
top 4, we're going to get top 4 because of default.
Okay,
Because this
there we
league
go.
is absolutely bang average. Yeah, and I've said it how many times.
Every
You know what I
year
mean?
it's bang
The
average,
team,
Alex.
the
Every
team,
fucking year it's bang average.
the only reason why I'm saying I'll give you credit, Arsenal fans, if the Arsenal team, right? And I was actually on the phone to Asthmatic at the time. Yeah, good on you. You actually made yourselves known. Yeah, you beat West Ham 6-0. Great one. That was a good one. I'll tell you that for a fact. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. But you need to win something this season. I'm sorry. I have to take that, and that's it. But that's just my thoughts, and that's it. I'm sorry. I can't hear this fact that we're playing great football, which I can't believe it, because yeah, we were playing good the first 10 games, but we had no expectations again. No one knew what to expect. I'm telling you right now, he's getting found out as Postecoglou. I'm sorry. And I'm not. I don't like Postecoglou. I've told you from since day dot. I said I still need convincing. I'm sorry. Back to you. Back to the host. I'm done.
Answer the question. Do you have
I
enough to get top 4?
Yeah. Go ahead, Saad.
The thing is, I disagree there a bit because obviously I'm saying we're playing. God forbid, you're playing good
Good
football.
lord.
And yeah, my bad. That was that was a clanger right there. I'm saying that you're playing good football because that is exactly what I've seen. I've seen you guys play not just in the first 10 games or whatever it was, but even when I've seen you guys have injuries, and even though like your whole back line was injured, and at one point you were playing right backs and left backs. Emerson Royale and Eric Dyer, I think, was playing at the centre back
And
position.
Davies.
Oh, Ben Davies. Sorry, I always get them two mixed up.
Me
Ben
too.
Davies.
Yeah.
So they were playing.
Ben Davis mixed up. He's quality. Come on, Saad. Fuck. Such a good player.
Listen, I saw you guys play with injuries, and he's still playing with that same system. He's trying to get the best out of what he can at the time, and you're still playing good football. You're still dominating games in regards to possession. You're managing to get shots at goal. Do you know what I mean? Let's face it, football is about moments. Football is about moments. It's not just about saying, "Oh, you have moments." Football is about moments. Like we may dominate a game we may dominate a game, and then all of a sudden we get a moment where we just get a goal. Do you know what I mean? And that spurs us on to get another goal, and it spurs us on to get another goal. So it's not just about thinking that you're not peppering the goal constantly and you're not scoring hella goals. That's why you're not playing good football. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think goals and scoring hella goals is just playing good football. I think you can still say that you're playing good football. Maybe you're just not finding the back of the net. Because we were playing good football at the start of the season, but we're still not finding the back of the net. That's the reason. That's why I disagree. But
I'm just going to come back on you. Right. Okay. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I respect what you're saying. Right. But we haven't controlled most of the games. I do agree with you. He's playing the same way. This is why I give him credit. I've gave him credit for Chelsea. I gave him credit for Chelsea when people were having a go at me, saying, "Oh well, I was there at Chelsea," and for me, I gave him respect because he said what he said in June. He said he's going to play the same way. And I said, "Okay, I can't have a go at him. I can't have a go at him because he said, you know what? He stuck by his word, right? Can't
And
have a go
lost
at a manager
4-1.
for sticking by his word. That's why Ten Hag's getting what he's getting at Manchester United at the moment. He's not sticking by what he wanted to do at Ajax, and that's it. So you've got to give him credit for that, and that's where we need to back him. You know what I mean? And that's what I said as well. But we haven't been controlling games, certain games. Man City were great in terms of. I understand what you're saying about these squads, and we haven't played when we had our second team out. Certain players have played well. Fair enough. That's fine. But we haven't recently been controlling games with our first team, and that's where I'm a bit concerned at the moment. I do think we're getting found out, and it is a bit concerning a little bit. I think the strikers are not helping the team. I'm sorry, they're not, winning. They're not doing things, and I do think we're really relying on our fullbacks coming inverted because they need that midfield. I don't think they're doing enough trying to pepper the other end of the other end of the pitch as well. So for me, there's still things there that are concerning. Now, yes, this is the first season. I'm not expecting a lot from them, but this is just what I'm seeing when I'm at the games. Yeah, and I'm only going to give you what analysis on the games, and that's it. But I'm very harsh with my team. You know what I mean? Because I'm not like these other Spurs fans who are most embarrassing fan base in the Tottenham fan base ever. I'll tell you that for a fact. Yeah, but like from what I see, I just
Good
think
vibes,
there's still a lot
FC.
of things to see, and that's it.
Mhm.
That's my opinion. That's it. Back to you, Mario. I'm done. But big up to you, Bob. Right, by the way, because I do understand what you're talking about. Back to you, Celeste. Back to you, Mario. I'm done.
We
You got-
still didn't get an answer. Do you think you finished in the top 4, Alex?
Yes, I did say. I just said it. I said it
You
earlier.
said yes?
I said it
Oh,
earlier. I said yes. I said
okay,
it yes.
my bad.
But I said it's a bang average league. That's why we had no
It's always a
expectations
bang
this season.
average league for you.
That's what I
Has it
said.
ever been a great league? Can you tell me which season it's been
The
a great league?
60s, Stefan. The 60s.
No,
Come on
I
now.
said it's a bang average league because I think it's about systems this season. I think it's about systems. I think it's about managers. I don't think the players have been great this season. right? Saka and all these players that were good last season, right, haven't been great this season. They've only turned up now. Right.
That's not
To
true. Saka
To Martinelli's credit, he's turned up right now, but he hasn't been playing well this season. Saka's not been great this season.
Yes,
right?
he
No, I don't
has.
want to. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt real quick, but Saad has to go. He has another show. Saad, shout out your channel real quick, brother. My
Saad.
guy.
Please.
Yeah, Football Corner 97, man. Just give me a subscription if you can. Make sure you're liking this video. Make sure you subscribe to Tottenham Away. All the boys on the panel. I appreciate you guys for having me on, man. I appreciate
Sad.
you guys.
Big up every time.
Take care, Saad, bro.
Sorry, Sad. 1 minute, Sad. What's
Yeah,
your
bro.
what's your channel? What's your channel?
The Football Corner 97. Football Corner 97, bro.
Yeah, I'll just get Tottenham Way to subscribe now. The football.
Cheers,
Yeah, okay. Nice one.
No, I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much, guys, man.
Take care, bro.
Big up,
Take care,
Saad.
Saad, bro.
See you later,
See you
brother.
later, man.
That's Saad's
Cheers, man.
channel, the Football Corner. Big up, brother.
Nice.
Big up, big up.
Take care, man.
Big up.
Mari, can
Mhm.
I go now? Because you know this
Yeah.
is my
Yeah,
favorite
go
topic.
ahead.
Christ.
Unleash.
Oh boy.
Favorite topic.
All right.
I'd
here we
like
go.
to go as well.
Buckle up. It's going to be a long road.
First, yes.
And now it's 4v3. Now none of the chat can complain.
No.
It's
I'm
Arsenal
fed up
v-
of this bullshit that people. They're playing great. Yes, they're playing attacking football, but that doesn't mean it's good football. I just want to point out, I do think they'll make top four because Estelle said last year, if you don't win the title now, you'll never do it. Well, if you don't get top four this season, when Man United, Chelsea, Newcastle, Aston Villa are not as good, if you don't get top four now and all these teams are shit still, it's going to be very difficult next season when all of them get their act together. So I think you should get top four. It depends on the injuries, in my opinion, because you have one or two injuries, everybody knows about it. It's the end of the world for Spurs. So now I'm reading Udogie and Porro are probably going to be out for the Wolves game, which means Ben Davis is going to play against Pedro Neto. I cannot wait for that, to be honest. So that's gonna be fun. The thing with Spurs is I do think what Ange has done is impressive, but it's also very easy to play when there's no pressure. Nobody has any expectations of Spurs this year. It's also kind of the honeymoon period still. It's still in the first 5-6 months. So every player still believes in the system. There hasn't been any sort of creeping doubts or big sort of falls. I just think that this system, I've told you this before, it is not sustainable. It is not sustainable next year when you get Europe, whether it's Europa, whether it's Conference League, whether it's Champions League. It is not sustainable to play like this 3 days. It's basically Bielsa ball with better players. That is exactly how you play. And your fullbacks, you just point out your fullbacks, the way they play and the amount of running. Like Udogie, I watched him against Brighton. By the 75th minute, he was absolutely shattered. Like he was dead on his legs. So I just don't think, and from another perspective, you've had your whole defense fully fit now for 5-6 games. You continue to concede tons of chances. You continue to concede goals. You've had pretty much every single player back, apart from I think Son has been the only one that's missing in the last 2 or 3 games. So for me, that's the worrying.
Stefan, they're still grabbing points though.
Yeah, they're grabbing points.
It's still well and good, conceding chances, but they're still grabbing the points.
Yeah,
If they
but
were
this
losing
will-
every game, I get it.
But this will catch up. This will just like with Man United. People are hyping up Man United. Go watch their performances. Aston Villa should have won that
They're
game
also
easily.
still getting points.
I agree with you, Stefan. I agree with you. I agree with you, Stefan. Sorry to interrupt you, but I do with you, Stefan, that we're going to find it difficult next season. That's where my question is at the moment. That's where my question's been. I've said it a couple of times already. All right, I've said next season, right? We've got to be better. We've got to be better.
No, wait.
Yeah.
why?
I've said.
No, I'm asking why are we going to struggle next season?
Because you're going to go, Stel, away to Europe and play this open against better teams. They're going to kick your ass, Stel. The amount of chances that you concede, you're going to lose bad. Like, I'm telling you, you play exactly the same way. Exactly the same way. And the other thing I've noticed with Ange, and you can blame Levy about this, his changes at the end of every game, which is in the last 15 to 10 minutes of the game, the changes against Brighton, you guys were completely on top of Brighton after you equalized, and you were playing better. You deserved.
It won us the game.
No, it didn't. You got lucky. Brighton were on top of you for the last 15
right.
minutes.
When we make subs and we win because of it, it's luck.
No, but that was against
Because
Stel.
we did
Were
the
you
same
better
thing against
team?
Brentford.
Wait.
We did the
Were
same
you
thing
the
against
better
Brentford.
team? Were you the better team in the last 15 minutes against Brighton? Who looked more likely to score?
Spurs.
Come
Okay,
on,
look.
Stel.
Look. It doesn't matter who looked like scoring. Who did score? Who did score? We did, right?
From a
If
fluky
you look at-
counter-attack?
No. Look, if you look at that game, if you look at Brentford and you look at the Everton game where we drew and we just about beat Brentford, they had more shots on goal than us. They created more chances and they had more clear-cut chances, right? That's why Everton drew. And that's why Brentford should have drawn. Against Brighton, we had 10 more shots on goal than them. We had 3 more clear-cut chances and we created more. In the first half, Brighton were the better team. But in that second half, Spurs totally outdid Brighton on an attacking sense.
I agree.
So what I'm saying here is, from the attacking stats and the attacking play in the second half, Spurs deserve to beat Brighton. There's no doubt. But in possession of the ball, Brighton were more fluid than us. That I will concede. But in the attacking phases, Spurs were better than Brighton. That's why we won it.
I agree. If you look at the underlying stats,
But you don't agree. You called it luck.
No. I'll say
You did.
why I call it
You
luck.
called it luck.
I'll say why I call it luck.
That's why I lose my
Over
shit.
the underlying stats, the whole game, you had better stats than Brighton. You deserve.
Attacking
My
sense.
point is
Attacking
that
sense.
in the final, when you scored the winning goal, Brighton were by far the better team in the last 10-15 minutes of that game. And the main reason for that was because he took off Kulusevski, he took off players. Brennan Johnson, you can tell me all you want that he won you the game. He was fucking terrible in
Well,
those
he is.
20
He
minutes.
was-
they
He
played.
was awful. You're right.
He was
You're right.
he was shit. He kept losing.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
He was shit.
So you
But
agree with
Son,
that?
but he also brought on Son, who was bloody
Yeah,
good.
and Son made the pass. Okay.
And he brought on Basuma, which secured us in the 6, where Maddison was having to drop to receive the ball to turn on the edge of the box because no one else could do it.
But
As
still,
soon as you put
Brighton were the
Basuma
better
on, it allowed Maddison a bit more freedom. So,
But still, Brighton.
it's fair to say one of the subs, you can say, that didn't have an impact. But the other two subs brought more quality into the team. And it's that
Brighton were the
quality
better
that allowed us
team.
to over.
In
No,
the last
first
10
half.
minutes. In the last 10-15 minutes, they were better still. Let's be honest. They were on top
How are they
of you.
better? How are they better?
They had that massive chance with Fati in the last, what was it, 12?
But he missed the target. He missed the target.
He missed. Yeah,
I think
It was
Brighton.
a massive, yeah, but they were on top of you. They kept winning the ball back in your final third. Go watch the last 15 minutes.
I think
Listen,
Brighton are.
I've said this about Spurs for the last 2 months, right? I don't think we're playing as fluid as what we did at the start of the season. I
That's
don't.
the thing.
But I think that's down to the fact that so many players were injured. Now they're back. And for me, Ashmatic hit it on the head about half an hour ago. This is almost like a pre-season again where, right, let's get the band back together. Let's go through the motions. And then last 12, 11 games, I think Spurs will be fluid again. But for now, we just need to win games, which is what we're doing. And this thing about the other teams being on top, I think they're having good patches in games where we look vulnerable. I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing that. But here's the thing. As long as we're more clinical than the opposition, I don't care. I care from an optics, like from a spectacle, I don't enjoy it as much. I don't. I'll admit it. I agree. This is where I agree with Alex. This is where I agree with Alex. As a spectacle, it's frustrating and it's like, Jesus, man. But if we're more clinical than you, if you need 10 chances to score 2 goals and Spurs need 2 chances to score 2 goals, I'd rather be Spurs. And when you look at the table right now, Spurs with a third highest scorers in the league. So as long as we're clinical,
but how many goals have you conceded, Stel?
It doesn't matter. We're fourth. It doesn't matter if we score more. If we concede, yeah, but it's my point, Stefan. This is the point I'm making. If we concede 3 but score 4, I don't give a shit. As long as we score 4.
You know this as a coach. You know this as a coach, Stel. That means that your forwards have to be in top form every single game.
Yeah,
because
that's the
your
point.
forwards know today we're gonna have to score at least 2 goals because we're gonna concede 1 goal at least every single game.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, but that's not that's not sustainable, Stel.
But that's what we're doing. We've been doing it all season,
doing it
man.
now. It might go down
all
the
season.
shitter.
All season.
Okay. Well, I just think he'll catch
We
up.
haven't
with
just, Stefan. We conceded 2 at your ground. We conceded 2. We conceded 3 at Man City. All season we've been conceding a lot
you
of
have
goals.
been. You have been.
But we scored 3 at Man City, and we scored 2 at your ground.
Yeah,
and this
but
is my
let's
point.
be honest. In the Man City game, you were extremely fortunate. Still, Man City should have
Here we
been
go
2-3
again.
nil
We're
up in the
lucky.
first.
Whenever we get a result, we're lucky.
But you are.
Can't
The
all be-
stats
can't-
prove it.
Luck doesn't, dude. You
I'm
can't be
tempted.
lucky every single week. It's impossible.
So
No
wait,
one's
still,
this
are you
lucky.
telling me off watching just for example the Everton game 2 weeks ago away from home, watching the
Yeah.
Man City game that we pointed out, you weren't
Yeah.
fortunate to get a point at those
We have
grounds?
we have been lucky in some games. Yes, in some games we have been lucky, but everyone is.
I disagree with
You
that
were
about
lucky
the
at
Man
Luton.
City.
You were lucky at Luton Town.
I disagree
How
about the
are we
Man
lucky
City
again?
game.
Did you see the stats against Luton Town?
But you didn't score until the 97th
Okay,
minute.
but
You got
if
lucky.
you looked at if that game, the point of the stats is that it predicts how the game. If that game against Luton is replayed 4 times with the same amount of,
But
with
it
the
doesn't
same
get played
stats,
4
Arsenal
times.
win every time.
It gets played once on that day. You can't create a hypothetical.
I'm telling you, stats always catch up with you. It always balances itself
By
out.
the way, this thing about Spurs not being good next season, it's not sustainable. I disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree.
Why?
Yes, we're going to have Europe, and yes, we're going to have more games. But if we bring in, like I said to you last time, Stefan, if we bring in 6 or 7 players of a decent level and a couple of them really good quality, the squad is better. So now, instead of Højbjerg, Skip, Timo, Chicken Royale coming on, you've got good players. That changes the whole dynamic. And by having that squad, we can rotate in Europe. So we're not getting knackered in games. For me, it's all about building a squad. If we build a squad, I'm not worried about next season. If we don't build a squad, then you're right, Stefan. At that point, you're right. We're going to get pumped.
No,
We're going to get
But
banged,
my argument
blammed,
is that we need to be
popped.
better next season, Stelios. We can't get away with what
That
we're doing
comes
this
from
season.
building a squad. Yeah, but
Look,
Alex, that comes from building a
That's
squad.
the point
though.
I'm making.
Quality.
That's the point I'm making because I think that's where Arsenal have come unstuck this season. You see what I'm saying? Because they weren't better. You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't do things better than last season. You see what I'm saying?
We are better than last.
But now I think they started to realise because you've seen what the result of Martinelli not playing well, Saka not playing well, not doing the levels that they were doing last season.
Yeah, but there's still 2
Tottenham-
points on
Tottenham-
top.
Okay.
Tottenham Hotspur,
I still-
Tottenham Hotspur will have to do that with expectations. I'm
It's
not
a
really worried
perfect
about
segue.
Europe.
It's a perfect segue for both teams. Because I actually want to have a 2-hour show, and so we have.
Can I answer real quick because I have a little bit of a different perspective on it.
Yeah,
A little
go
bit.
ahead.
And I've been sitting here for an hour just sucking down non-alcoholic Stellas, listening to I don't know what that was. Look, I think that
Nice.
All right, next question.
Spurs.
Connor's
Spurs,
a fraud,
look.
everyone. Connor's a
Look,
fraud.
guys, Spurs. It's not going to come down to Spurs. Spurs will stay consistent in the results that they're getting. Big up Phil P every time. It's Aston Villa falling out that is going to be the difference.
They're fucked.
Aston
Aston Villa, Unai Emery, you're calling me a fraud all day long. Unai Emery is a fraud.
What did we tell
Aston
you?
Villa are frauds.
What did we
I
tell
am
you?
done.
about
I'm
Emery?
done with this. I'm done with this Unai Emery. He is a cup manager. I am
we
done
told
with this.
you.
I am done with this Unai Emery glorification around. Oh, well, why did we keep him? I'm like, yeah, hindsight's 2020, guys. We were in 12th when we fired him. Let's be real here. So that's my thought. That's my whole thought on this. It's because Aston Villa is going to fall out. Yeah, the Spurs are going to play the same football that they've been playing. They're going to get the I wouldn't call them consistent results, but I'll say that they're results. It's not fun to watch, but they're going to get the results they need to get fourth. And watch Man United stink out fifth. Watch it. It's going to happen. They're going to get
TJ.
Europa League.
And I'm
I
going
think
to
it's
disclaimer. Fifth may actually get.
Champions League.
It depends. Isn't there a bunch of depends around that?
No,
Man City-
Liverpool wins Europa League,
Europa,
or Man
United.
City wins the Champions League. They jump Serie A and they get. the
That's a
15.
lot of ifs. I'm gonna
Liverpool
move
and
forward.
Manchester
I'm gonna move forward like top four is gonna be the top four, and the coefficient doesn't really
That
come
is
into
doable.
it.
It's doable. Any Premier League
I
Now,
agree
if
with TJ.
City,
I'm
if
I'm
City
I'm
and
telling you
Arsenal
right
win
now,
the Champions
United are gonna sneak their way in. Ten Hag is gonna stay, and I'm gonna love it the
Yes.
entire time. I'm
Yeah.
gonna drink it in. Oh, it's gonna be great. I can't wait. Sorry. Back to you, Mari. I'm done.
League.
His name's
Well,
Mari, by the way,
the-
Alex. His name is Mari.
Yeah, no, just no, Marvin. No. Just
Yeah, I
a
know.
brain freeze.
Yeah, I know.
Just the box
Um,
office had a bit of
before I
a
take
moment
the
there, unfortunately. Do
predictions,
apologise to the host.
I think
No, I'm
this
just giving you shit, man.
subject will take the time before we get to predictions, because it came out today. I was going to do a soccer folding, but I'll save that for next week. But I
Yeah,
do want to
okay.
say this because it was a big topic on Ashmatic's show yesterday on the Kings. Forgot the name of
Spurs
the
Kings.
Spurs
Spurs
Kings.
Spurs
Kings.
Kings. It was a huge one for the last couple of weeks. I know Stub brought it out because Crackers, from Last Word of Spurs, mentioned this, and I went off on an epic rant. And so I'll read this. Mr. Conte, which I still respect and love because he tells the truth. He says Antonio Conte on Tottenham finishing top 4 at the end of the 2021-22 season. With all the problems we faced, it was a miracle. We didn't celebrate it like it was a miracle because I am used to winning. For me, to celebrate 4th place in the Champions League was really strange. At the end of the game against Norwich, I called my staff and said, pay attention. Don't be celebrating Champions League place. I was clear. This a bit also relates, I would say, to Arsenal. And the league gunner talks about it too. Sense of winning trophies. People, the big debate was Man United winning the Carabao Cup. Was their year successful? More successful than Arsenal, who finished second yesterday. Big ups on Spurs Kings. It was a heated topic. Disagree with Deji Spurs on a lot of things. That one
Well,
about
Deji Spurs was on there. Bloody hell. I
Yeah.
wanted to
oh
watch
yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's
He
massive,
doesn't care about-
bruv.
Legendary Deji Spurs.
Basically, I can say
Legendary.
he does not care about the domestic cups at all.
Jesus
For me,
Christ.
I will say it.
Potter
I will
would
say
have had a
it.
Ash is
meltdown.
promoting us
Potter
problems.
would have had a
Ash is-
meltdown.
Ash is promoting problematic situations. I swear down.
I'm gonna let
Did he-
Ash
did
go
he-
first.
did he
I'm gonna let Ash
actually
go
say
first. But
If
I'm
you
gonna say
behind the scenes, yeah, I listen. I listen. Certain man were getting offered out. I can't talk too much though. I can't. It's a bit techie. But yeah, carry on.
This whole thing blows my mind. It's
I'm
ridiculous.
glad.
Yeah,
I'm
I
Carter,
gotta say
glad
this
you
before I
didn't.
throw it to Ash. Before I throw it
Ash-
to Ash, I'll say this.
Don't
For
ever
me-
invite me on those shows. I never want to be on those shows. Right? Don't ever
Still-
invite
I
me.
want to be on those shows so I can bloody banter him to pieces,
So
bruv.
Still knows I went on the rant. I said,
I can't
bro,
handle it.
I haven't
I
seen
can't handle it.
trophy
I can't handle it.
since the Carling Cup. It wasn't the Carabao Cup. It was the Carling Cup. For me, I don't care how. I don't care if we finish 10th. I want a trophy. I'm sick and tired of ESPN FC, Bleacher Report, Sky Sports, always making fun of us and whatsoever. Empty cabinet. I don't care. I'm shameless. I want a trophy. Carabao Cup, FA Cup. I don't care. I want it. I want it. And for me, us as a fan base, to say it's a bonus, we should always demand for trophies. All 4 competitions, right, including Europe, we should demand to win it. It's all Big Tone. It's all about winning trophies when it comes down to it. I could give a fuck about top 4. Top 4, you don't get a trophy for top 4. You just put more money in Daniel Levy's pockets. All right. People banter me. Oh, you're the club who don't win trophies. You know, I don't want to hear it. I want to win a trophy, FA Cup. I can't believe people turned down FA Cup. Fuck that. I would rather beg for an FA Cup. I want a trophy. I don't care. Anyway, and it will be
My man is starving.
to win a trophy.
Bro. The Audi Cup been doing it enough.
What are you talking about? League Cup?
The game is to win shit. It's to win trophies. Don't give me the Audi Cup or Tiger Cup. I want to win stuff. I want bling. All right, bling bling. All right. Yes, the Premier League, great. Champions League, great. But I want to win trophies. That's the point of the game, and it should be Spurs aspiration. It should be Arsenal aspiration also to win trophies. That's why you play the game. When I play Monopoly, it's because I want to win. And if I play Uno, it's because I want to win. Yeah, it's nice playing with friends, but fuck it. I want to win. Trophies all day. Back to you, Ashmatic. I'll let you go first. Top 4.
Problematic. Problematic.
Problematic. It's his new name.
Problematic.
Change your channel name again.
It's quite simple, isn't it? It's quite simple. Like
I agree with content.
It's the biggest thing we get like bantered over. Like every single chat room, I said it like what type of fan base do you want us to be? Do you want your kids to go to school and support Spurs and get bullied? Do you want your grandson? Do you want your uncles? Do you want your nephews, your nieces to get, hey, you're that club? One time, listen, I'll tell you a real story, real quick here. I'm a PT. I'm training a client. Her son's like, he's a Tottenham fan. He's new to it. We were top for like 10 games. Obviously, man dropped up to 5th. He's like, Mummy, when are we going to be first again? I was like, here it goes. He don't know what's coming. When are we going to be first again? I said, listen. He come home. I remember, I think we lost against Chelsea. Came home crying because he knew he had to go into school and he was going to get the wickedest this. You see it? So it depends on what type of fans we want to be and what type of expectations we have as a club. Because let's face it, we've been top 4. We've been top 4. We know what it's like. And top 4 doesn't get you anything. They created it. Sky Sports created top 4. There was no top 4 before. And then even Sky Sports now, they created the Big 6. They're the ones that are marketing this whole situation. Otherwise, it'll be straightforward. It's either you win it or you lose it. It's as simple as that. Do you know what I'm saying? And we don't want to be this team where we're talking about progress. Because I know Arsenal fans are worried. Because I know like everyone's like, oh, it's progress on the 8th. It's progress on the 5th. It's progress on the 2nd.
It's bullshit.
Coming into this season, they're like, what? Do you know what I mean? So they've got a similar problem to what we have. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the reason why their club is slightly divided. Whereas we're more like Vibes FC because we're a bit fluffy. We've got that middle class kind of, it's all about the taking part that counts,
The bonus. Nice stadium, the atmosphere. Trophy.
And the alcohol just comes up in the glass like we like. Do you know what I'm saying? Opposition fans are like, oh, that stadium. It's like I literally get messages from like other rivals and like, oh, your stadium's really nice, by the way. Do you know what I mean? But like other than that, we're in the mud. Like, do you know what I'm saying? And we can't continue to be manager after manager just saying like, yeah, top four, and that's it. Really, we got to get that trophy.
Oh yes, we can.
We got to get
the standards of
armpits, some hairy arms. That's what we want to see right now. So
standards,
yeah, man, that's it.
Yes, Lee. Yeah, top 4 safe
If
space.
you take top 4 over a trophy, you're a fool.
Can Mr. Box Office just unleash?
League Cup is the way to go.
Mr. Box Office just unleash?
Stefan, who's going to remember finishing top 4 10 years in a row or winning a cup 10 years in a row?
Connor, who won the 2018 League Cup?
Stefan, this is
not
Connor.
Who cares?
Man City.
Okay, no, I'm asking Connor. He doesn't know he's stalling.
You're diverting my question with a question. You didn't answer it. You'd rather have Arsenal finish 4th for 10 years straight than win a cup 10 years straight?
No, I'd win an FA Cup over 4th. But League Cup, I really don't give a shit, Connor.
Stefan, who won the Premier League in 2010?
Who won the Premier League in 2010?
That's it. You pause.
Wait. I'm thinking. I think it
exactly.
was Chelsea. I think it was Chelsea.
It was Chelsea.
Yeah.
And then I bet you, Stefan, who finished top 4? Who finished top 4 in the 2018 season? Exactly.
No.
He won't know. Stefan, I'll throw you that shit. Okay, who finished fourth in the 2010 season, 2010-11? Who finished
I
fourth?
think it was first was Chelsea, second was Man United.
Nah, check
I
this.
think third was Arsenal, and
No
fourth,
way
if
you
I'm not
remember that.
mistaken,
No way.
Tottenham.
That's
No
Rain Man
way.
shit. That's Rain
Yeah.
Man shit. No.
No,
United.
wrong. United, Chelsea, City, Arsenal. There we go.
Okay.
Stefan,
Exactly.
how
So
many-
no one
how
cares.
many-
No
how
one
We got a
many-
top four trophy
Stefan,
that
gives a
season.
shit. No one
Stefan,
cares.
Yeah,
minute,
because everybody
Rain
cares
Man.
about winning a fucking League Cup.
I
That
put
should
Rain
be
Man.
Yeah.
that
Okay, so
competition should be removed.
Rain Man.
this is my point. You don't care
I
about
want to choke
Where-
the Reggie.
Yeah, you
where's-
care about winning, so you want to hire
This is your
Thomas
standards,
Tuchel.
right?
Michael, I feel
If
the
you
same
don't
way,
care
bruv.
about
I would have
winning
cooked him as well. I would have
you
cooked
don't-
JJ as well, bruv. I would have cooked him to
Rain
pieces,
Man.
bruv.
Rain Man.
I would have
How
cooked
many-
him.
Fucking unbelievable.
Absolutely
Rain Man.
cooked him.
Rain Man. How many walnuts
Honestly,
in the bag?
I was
How
in the
many walnuts in
mood.
the bag?
Honestly, he's lucky I've been benching, bruv.
Why do you
I've
just
been
have a bag
benching.
of
That's how
walnuts
much.
sitting
That's how much I
around?
would have cooked him, bruv. Cooked him out the fucking boom. Sorry for swearing.
I honestly thought Deji was joking. I actually thought he was literally
It's
joking.
lucky Mr. Box Office wasn't there, like, bruv, because I've been benching, bruv, yeah. Because
Oh,
Asthmatic,
Lord.
inspired by
No,
Asthmatic, by the
Deji-
way, my boy Asthmatic, bruv, yeah. I've been getting slim, getting slimmer with fresh receptive start, bruv. You know what I mean? Let me just get into the subject, bruv, of
Alice.
Tottenham Hotspur, bruv. Let me have my moment, yeah. Because the main event
My
needs to
club.
speak. The main
My
event needs to
club.
say his piece about this
My
about this
club.
football club, yeah. And Conte
Deji's
speaking
funny.
absolute sense, even though I couldn't stand the guy, yeah.
Deji's
Couldn't stand the
funny,
guy,
dude.
yeah.
He's funny.
This is why I can't.
8 o'clock.
I need convinced about this football club right
8
now.
o'clock stuff.
Okay,
8 o'clock.
So-
why is it our fan
Sorry,
base
sorry.
are so emotional about our players because we don't win trophies? Why is it we can't stop talking about Sol Campbell even though it's 21 years ago because we don't win no trophies?
Good vibe.
Why is it?
Where do you win
Why
the, where do
is
you win the
it
Premier
we
League
talk
again?
about
Oh,
our
yeah.
stadium and talk about money because we don't win no trophies? Why is it we
Why
talk
is
about
it?
FFP Kings? We're the FFP Kings because we don't win no trophies. That's the reason why we're in the mud. That's the reason why Mr. Box
Do you reckon
Office
you're in the mud
still
because you
needs
haven't won a league
convincing.
title since
And that's the
60?
reason why I see a decorated club. Big up to my boy Wayne Holland, by the way. Bantering us again, by the way. Trophy's not for everyone, by the way, yeah? Yeah, speaking the truth again, Leicester fan, by the way. Big up to you, bruv, yeah? Leicester City are more decorated than Tottenham Hotspur all day, every single day. And
No, they're
that's it.
not.
You know what I
No, they
mean?
won one.
And
look,
that's all I need
no.
to say, and that's it. You know what I mean? We need to lift up our standards, yeah? And we need to start winning trophies and making ourselves known.
Can
And
I-
that's us being better than this season with no expectation. Having more expectations this season, yeah? With Champions League as well, and that's it. You know what I mean? And that's why Mr. Box Office will never, ever be convinced until they actually prove it to me. And by the way, our manager says the same thing I said as well when I don't even like him as well. You know what I mean? So I'm talking sense. I've spoken
don't
sense
like
since
Ant?
June, and that's it. That's Mr. Box Office talking the truth in 5 minutes. When Stefan over here takes 20 minutes to make his point, and that's it. Back to you, Mario. I'm done.
Can I throw this out, right? Can I actually fully throw that? And listen, I might stir the pot here, right? Are the standards that low because you've had no success in terms of major honours?
Yeah, that's
No.
that's
Exactly.
No,
we know
no,
it.
no,
Surely
no,
you've won 2 league titles, right? 2 league titles in
No.
your club's history, yeah. Surely you could listen. At the end of the day, I understand you're asking for your standards to be raised, but what
They've
history
never
do you
been
have
there.
to raise those standards?
Yeah.
No,
If that
one
makes
minute.
sense.
No, Connor. You know, you're talking like a freshie, like a rookie out of
What?
academy.
But it's true though. What? That's it's true. I asked them to raise. No, listen. I also asked them to raise standards because we have 13 league titles under our belt. We haven't won in 20 years.
Spurs have won on average before Levy. Like just put the Levy era to one side. Before him, on average, we won a trophy every 5 years on average. So you might win 4 in 4 years, and you average it out over 20 years. So
I'll
every
take-
5 years, Spurs would win a trophy, whether it's a league trophy, League Cup, FA Cup, European trophy. Okay. Yes, we haven't won many league titles, but we've been known as a cup team, though. At least that.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's similar to like Seville in Spain. They win cups, but they rarely win a league title. Under Levy, that whole mentality has changed. It's become more about
Top 4.
be grateful for what you've got. You've got a new stadium. You've got a new training ground. You've got like Ashmak
You
said,
got pretty football back. Be grateful.
Beyonce
you got-
concerts as well.
Beyonce,
FA Cup
go-kart.
track.
But the problem we've got at
Ref one.
Spurs,
Sorry.
and I said it 2 years ago, and I said it last year, and I said it again. Our fans are the problem. Not all the fans, but a significant amount. Because if you were to say to the fans, what do you want, right? As a fan base, what do you want? You're going to get 4 different answers. Trophies, a journey, experiences, and to feel enthusiastic about good football. So
No, it's
good
not.
football.
The final three are more common.
Well, yeah, right. The final 3 are more common. So this is my argument. With all those other fans. You're allowed to have your opinion. If you want entertaining football before trophies, or if you want the journey, you don't want what Man City or Chelsea did. You want a journey to go on, right? You're absolutely allowed as a fan to have that opinion. Every fan is allowed their opinion. I've got no issue with you having a different opinion to me. But my point to them is this. It's about a journey and it's about entertainment. Why have we built a £1 billion stadium? Because we had a journey and entertainment with Poch in the old stadium. Explain to me why we built that stadium and got moved to Wembley for 2 years. Explain that to me. Their argument falls apart, and then you get into then it becomes a personal. You're a piece of shit. You're an asshole. Oh, great! This is good. Great answer to the question. And the second thing is, and this is what I would say to Spurs fans like Deji. I'm not attacking the man. I'm attacking his argument.
The argument.
There's many fans similar to Deji who would rather get top 4 than a trophy. My argument would be this to the millions of fans that have a similar opinion. Right? Is this? Don't you even dare come out at the end of the season and get upset, frustrated, or angry if Chelsea wins the Carabao Cup with Poch or if Arteta wins the league title, because you don't want that.
Or Champions
League. You don't
want
want that, right?
Shut
you don't want the
no.
trophies.
No.
You want a journey. You want experience.
Please don't.
You want top 4. So if Pochettino's there, yeah, Carabao Cup, and all the Chelsea players are going crazy, don't you get frustrated? Don't you dare get upset because you all told me, I don't want that. I want top 4. So keep your mouth shut. Don't get upset and enjoy the club that you've got. Because I'm telling you, if they do win the Carabao Cup or if Arsenal do win the league, the meltdown in the Spurs fan base will be epic. And I'm going to sit there and say, don't you come here with me. I'm going to put it back on you.
Wait.
I will put it back on you.
So you know what's worse? What if, and it's possible, what if, right?
And by the way, respect to Deji. This isn't an attack. I'm attacking the opinion, not the man. I like Deji. He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
Yeah, just the argument,
cool.
not him.
Cool.
But the thing that would be worse, it would be worse that, because remember my expectation was, okay, identity 7th or 8th. What if Chelsea do the domestic double?
Oh my God!
Don't no.
And we finish 4th.
Simple.
They got 2 trophies. And
they can't complain, Murray.
0.
They can't complain. 0. They said trophies is a bonus.
Even Arsenal fans will be like, man, those cats. Like if Arsenal,
no, I got an agenda. I got an agenda against Chelsea. They can't win anything.
League or Champions League, right? But both our clubs, if both our clubs get shut out in London, and we're clearly the better clubs, the 2 better clubs in London than Chelsea. But they walk out the season with 2 trophies.
Mari, I can't.
Mari,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Even if they win 1.
Doesn't matter, Stefan. If they win a trophy, what does it matter? If they'll get into Europe.
It doesn't count because it's an AFL Cup. It don't count.
No. Let's sack Arteta.
Carabao Cup.
That's not at all.
No, it doesn't count. The Carabao Cup doesn't count, guys. It doesn't count. But if you win it, it
that's
don't
not at all
count.
what we're saying. Listen.
If we won the Carabao Cup, I swear to God, and that was our only trophy this season, Stefan would be like, "Oh yeah, but we won the Carabao Cup."
No,
here's the thing, and I'm not even going there. It's just one. It literally is one of those things where they get 10th, and they get. Thank you, and they get into Europe. Stefan, what is the difference?
They get into Europe. They get into Conference League with the League Cup.
Who is that? Europe?
Really? That's
I'm
Europe
just saying.
for you? The
I'm
third
just saying.
Conference League at this point, since we haven't won anything else.
And if they win the FA Cup,
when we were getting 8, Stefan, when we were getting 8.
Wait. I want to just outline this.
When we were 8, Stefan, when we were getting 8, how did we get into Europe?
We got into Europe by winning the FA Cup, but that
Thank
was
you.
Europa.
So what the
Europa
fuck are you
is
talking
still-
about?
Yeah, but Europa still has some heritage. The Conference League is so shit that Juventus accepted a disciplinary punishment from UEFA just so they can get the fuck out of the Conference League. That's how great this competition is.
Yeah, but
So the
Stefan, it's
Conference
still
League,
European
if you
football,
want to
don't get
go
me
into the
wrong.
Conference League and say that's Europe, and that
I don't
means
care if we're playing against some third-tier team from Bulgaria. It's
Yeah.
still European
It's still
football.
a European trophy. Like, I don't get what the problem is.
Okay, well, okay. I mean, I think there's a level of European trophies. Like I'd prefer a Champions
Obviously,
League
there
or
are
a
levels,
Europa-
Obviously, but we're not going to win it, are we?
What the fuck?
Let's see. We're still in the competition.
I want to throw out the fact that Spurs fans are comparing Brennan Johnson to Eden Hazard. That's what
No.
That's embarrassing.
I
saw
haven't read that anywhere.
No, you
Wow.
can't bring that
I
up
haven't
here.
read that
None of these
anywhere.
guys would do.
One
None of
bad
these guys would
season.
do that.
They picked out his one bad season when they finished 10th, and they said, but Brennan Johnson
box
isn't as good
office
as
is
Prime
done.
Hazard or
No,
something.
no,
like that.
no.
And I
You know
thought,
what they
Box
did
office.
was
hell.
Way to go.
no. I think Connor means they picked out because Eden Hazard has always been famous for this. His stats on paper are really bad. Like they're not very for the type of player that he was.
What?
Yeah,
What?
in terms of goals and assists, he's
What?
really poor.
It's-
Yeah,
Hold on.
check his
Hold
stats.
on,
Check
hold
his
on,
goals.
hold on.
Check
That
his
man,
goals.
Stefan.
I
Check
swear
his
he was
goals.
averaging like over 15 a season.
No, he wasn't. Check his goals.
Maybe
His
goal
stats are not- he's
contribution,
kinda-
assists
he's
and
kinda
goals
like-
combined,
Yes.
maybe.
13, 17 goals, 19. He had the 6, 17, 17, 21. What are you on about? 20,
Okay.
17 assists, 11 assists, 12 assists,
That's
17
very
assists.
How
good
many
from the
goals?
midfielder.
I said goals.
I just
How
said
many
to you
goals?
13, 17,
You said
19.
assists, 13 goals or
Oh
assists?
my fucking God. This is the goals. I'm reading out the goals of every season 13, then 17, 19, then the 6, 17, 17, then 21. What are you on about?
Okay, maybe I've always got the impression that he doesn't get as good of stats as like the other wingers, like the other
No,
like the
he was
Mohamed
fucking
Salahs.
class. And the fact that I saw that, I just thought, Jesus, I think our fan base is bad. Like, Jesus Christ. Comparing
he's-
Odegaard
I mean,
to Bergkamp. Thought, fucking hell.
No, it's just it's Hazard was an amazing player, but they're just comparing one season to
His
him.
one
with-
bad
with
season.
Brennan. Yeah, but I mean
Comparing it to Brendan
Hazard,
Johnson this
just
season,
watching
he
him
was
play,
some goals in him or something like that.
just watching him play, it's enough for you to see who's. I mean, it's not even close, but it's fine. Like with the actual seasons. So would you? Let's say Chelsea win a League Cup and they finish 11th. You would
Yeah.
prefer that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God. Why don't you prefer silverware to a position in a league?
Because it's a
I just don't
fucking League
understand
Cup.
It, it
I don't
blows
care
my
about
mind.
League Cups.
It's a trophy.
I would rather
Yes,
have
it's
You
a
don't care about
trophy.
League
I
Cups
would
and we
rather-
haven't won a trophy
I
in
swear to
4
fuck
years?
Stefan, because you actually annoy me when you do this. I would rather have 25 to 30 League Cups in my cabinet than 34th places. What are you dreaming about? Just because it's the lowest cup you can win technically in English football.
Yeah, nobody cares.
doesn't mean you
Everybody
shouldn't
plays
be
with their
winning
youth
it.
team in the League Cup. You know this. Nobody
What?
takes it seriously. Everybody
That-
plays
that-
with the youth
That doesn't
team.
mean anything. That literally
Chelsea are
doesn't
taking
mean
it pretty
anything.
seriously.
Any team,
No,
and
they're
that's-
not,
and that's
TJ.
just
Man City just
such
have the best
agenda.
squad. That's why
No,
they're
no,
always
no,
winning.
hold on.
Win
Because that's actually
the
shit
League
agenda,
Cup.
Stefan. Because
Why-
teams
why
lower
doesn't
down
the
in the
four
league
clubs
would
win
kill
the-
for a Carabao Cup, right? But because we're Arsenal, we should be expecting all the Premier League and stuff, which I do expect. But when we're in a period when we've won pretty much nothing in 20 years, I will take literally like
Nothing in
Spurs.
20
I'll take
years?
literally anything. Yes.
Nothing in 20
Yes.
years.
Or 5 FA Cups.
Yeah. Oh, I thought FA
Yeah,
Cups
yeah,
is
no,
a
no,
big
no. Hold on,
trophy now.
hold on. But so say carry on. Like I just said, you would rather fit. So say for example, we won the Carabao Cup 20 times in a row. You'd rather the 4th places or 3rd or 2nd 20 times in a row in a Champions League that we may not even win, by the way, than a guaranteed trophy in your cabinet. That's all I'm going to say.
We have argued this before. I've told you this. It depends on the context. For Spurs, winning a League Cup or winning any type of cup is more important than finishing in the top 4 because they have achieved that. It's more important.
That is just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I think that's the season. But right now, I don't give a shit about League Cups. I want us to do well
people
in the
need to have their
Champions
head
League and
examined.
Yeah,
continue.
but you should give a shit about League Cups when we're not even winning
League
League titles
Cups
or
will
Champions
not
League.
sign us big time players. We need to
What?
continue in the Champions League.
Oh my God, Stefan! I swear to God, even if that's the case, Say,
Okay, Man United won a fucking League Cup, Connor. Where did it? Have they progressed since last season?
Stefan,
they?
guys, sorry, 1 minute.
Situations, Stefan.
Connor, 1 second, guys, 1 second, right? Look, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Stefan, you're allowed to have your view. Connor, you're allowed to have your view. My point is this, though. If Chelsea do win the League Cup, Stefan, don't you dare get angry or upset. That's the same thing I'm saying to Spurs fans who dismiss it. Don't you dare get upset if Chelsea win it, because you didn't want that. You never. So if someone gets something that you never wanted, don't you dare.
That's why I say if we won the cup, right, and you won nothing, I swear to God, and Stefan, you can correct me, you would be here in May saying, but we won the cup and you didn't win that.
No, I wouldn't. Stop putting
if Arsenal win nothing,
I think you would.
Right? If Arsenal win nothing,
words in
Spurs
your
aren't going to win anything.
Last year.
If Arsenal win nothing and Spurs, we're not going to win anything because we can only go for top 4, right? And Chelsea win the cup, their fans.
You need some milk. What the fuck was that?
That's right.
That's asthmatic.
No, that's right.
Right? You know what Chelsea fans are going to say? We win trophies.
Exactly.
London is ours, and we're going to have fuck all to say other than you know
because
what?
they won a
We just
League Cup still. Is this how
Because
it's
they won a
secured?
trophy.
Yes!
The same banter that we get the same banter we get us.
Oh my God.
And if they win both the FA
Stefan,
Cup, if they win
what
the
they're going to
FA
do to
Cup
us.
and the League
That's what
Cup,
they'll do to us.
you know those guys are going to
Okay,
be
if they win the FA Cup,
I need to say
If they
this.
win
I need
the
to say
FA
this as
Cup-
well. I need to
if
say
they
this
win
as
the
well.
FA Cup,
Can I
okay.
actually put this out here? This isn't. No, this is going to be. I'll probably get the biggest slap back from this, right? Because it is technically the same competition, right? And I will get a slap back from this because I do love it. I love the FA Cups. Don't get me wrong. But what is the comparison between the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup or the League Cup?
Oh my God!
I think the
Connor,
FA Cup has
sometimes the
got.
shit
I
you say,
think
you
FA
think
Cup
about
has
it,
got
but
It's the
more
same
prestige.
competition. It's technically the same.
No,
I
it's
did
not.
know.
The FA Cup is the oldest football
Oh
competition.
my
and the
God,
oldest
no,
cup
it's not about
competition
history. I'm talking about in how you win it. You play the same teams from the same amount of leagues, right? You put in the same competition, the same bracket, but
I'm not sure
comparing
about
it to
that.
the league.
Connor,
But this is what I'm saying.
It's harder to win the FA Cup. It's harder to win the FA Cup.
Because teams don't play with their youth teams in the FA Cup,
And
Connor.
also,
Teams take
you
the
have
FA Cup more
non-league
serious.
teams
Well,
in the
that's
FA Cup as
bollocks
well.
because look what Arsenal have done for the last 5 years.
But also,
Yeah,
you have
we've
non-league
only won
teams
the
as
most
well.
FA Cups in the last 10 years. Yeah, nothing. We've done nothing in the FA Cup. Like,
But
dude,
it's also
like,
that you have
no,
non-league teams as well.
He hasn't seen Arsenal win a league title. He's never seen Arsenal win a League Cup. Yet he gives Spurs fans shit about expectations and about winning trophies. When he says, "Oh, but you haven't won a lot of trophies in your history, so why do you have these lofty expectations?" Now he wants Arsenal to win a fucking League Cup when he's never
Yeah,
seen
then
Arsenal
in the
win a
top
League
4
Cup.
place.
Apply
I'd
the
rather
same
win. Yeah,
standards
because
to
I'd rather win a
yourself.
piece of silverware than the top 4 place that no one gives a fuck about. Yes, Stefan.
No, what in order
Oh,
for us,
but we can be in the
there's
Champions League. We
context.
can bring in big players. How many big players have we brought in in the fucking Champions League, Stefan? Sanchez, Ozil, and Declan fucking Rice. Go on, name more. Go on, name more. Exactly.
Get out. No, take this down. No, take this down. Sorry, I'm putting my foot down. Take it down. That's not happening. That's not happening.
Yeah, honestly, guys, I honestly have a feeling he's gonna go
Have
to
some
Chelsea.
respect. Okay.
I think he's gonna go to Chelsea. I think
Cheaper.
Chelsea are the only ones.
He's not
that are gonna
going to
offer
Chelsea.
him the wages.
Man, Real
He's
Madrid
He's not going
all
to
day
Chelsea.
long.
He's going to Real Madrid.
Maradino.
I'm reading.
Don't sleep on him. Don't sleep
I'm
on
reading.
him.
They don't want to give him. They don't want to give him the money. He wants
No,
200.
don't worry. No, don't worry. We'll get Mbappe because we're in the Champions League. That was it. Yeah, we're getting Mbappe because we're in the Champions League. That's right.
Are you seriously expecting to get Mbappe, Connor?
Yeah,
You
'cause we're
sound
in the-
like a
but
spoiled
Stefan,
little brat.
Stefan,
Like in
Stefan, we
terms of
signed
what
top-
you're
Wait, no,
expecting
hold on,
Arsenal to
Stefan.
get
Stefan,
Mbappe.
Stefan, but I thought we signed top players because we're in the Champions League, right? So why can't we sign Mbappe?
We've signed Declan Rice. Is that not a top player in our first season in the Champions League?
But yeah, exactly. We're going to be on our second season. So why can't we go ahead
Yeah,
and
and we'll
Mbappe?
sign more top players.
Yeah, like
We'll sign
Mbappe.
more, and
Why
then
can't
you
we-
moan about
What's
something
top?
else. Like you
Stefan,
always
what top
do.
players are we
Mbappe's a
linked
top
with?
player. No.
What top
I want
players
to
are we
start
linked
with?
with?
Okay, bro, I wanted to answer this.
Yes.
I wanted to answer this. Why can't we go
I
sign
think-
Mbappe? Why can't we go sign
tell
Mbappe?
me-
According
Okay,
according
I'm
to you,
talking about
Stefan, the
top-
Champions League is where we sign big players. Why can't we
No.
go and sign
Hold
Mbappe?
on, Connor. Hold on. No, I want to hear Stefan's answer. What top players are we linked with?
Osimhen, Osimhen
He's
is a
going
top
to.
No,
He's
we're
going,
not
he's going
getting
to
Oz.
PSG.
Come
He's not going to
on.
PSG.
You asked me
No,
which top players are we
We're not
linking
linked
with.
with
been
him.
overrated.
Don't tell me
Realistically,
no,
man.
no, no,
Realistically,
no.
come on.
answered
Answer the
you.
article, Stefan. Go on. We're not linked with Osimhen.
Yes,
I
we
think
are.
Osimhen's a bit
Awesome.
overrated,
Yes,
guys.
we
I think
are.
he's a
Go.
bit-
We're
No, we're
linked with
not.
Osimhen.
And I'm linked
We're
with
not.
Kim Kardashian tomorrow night for a restaurant date.
Okay. You guys asked me which top player we linked with. I answered you, and you
We're
downplayed it
not
because
linked
it
with
doesn't suit
Osimhen.
your
No,
argument.
not
Great.
Fabrizio
Okay.
Romano, David Ornstein. None of them have said. The top journalists, none of them have said we're linked with Victor Osimhen.
Why would you even say that? We have closer links to Tony, and that isn't even close to getting across the line. Why would you even say that?
Mari, I swear to God, man.
First of all,
Mari, get this guy off the screen.
Martino.
He went to Barcelona. I don't care about this guy.
First of all, we're linked with Ivan. Is Ivan Toney not a really good player? Would Ivan Toney not play for Liverpool?
He is a very good
Yeah, but
player.
is
Name me
Ivan Toney
other
world-class?
world class
According to a load of
players that can
people,
come
even
that
Arsenal
are
fans.
linked to Arsenal right now
Guys,
because
can I-
we are in the Champions League.
TJ,
Name
can
them.
we change the question? 1 minute. Can we change the question? I think.
No,
a
you
better
can't
question
answer,
is-
can you? Sorry,
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no. I've
Right,
got a
TJ.
better question. What players will Arsenal be able to sign because of Champions League that you couldn't sign if you weren't in it? Because
Let me
you
just
did
kick my feet
sign.
back. Let me just
you
kick my
did
feet
sign-
back for this one.
Because you
Kick my
did
feet
sign
back for this.
Ozil, Aubameyang, and other good players without Champions League. So my
No,
question
we
is,
signed Ozil with Champions League.
Yeah,
No, that's
and
not true.
that was 1 out of 2.
Aubameyang was you in the
Aubameyang was without Champions League. Yes.
okay,
But we
so,
can't sign big players unless we're in the Champions League.
Saliba was out of the Champions League, wasn't he? You were in the
Yeah,
Champions
but
League.
Saliba was 18 still.
Okay, Jesus, you were in the Champions
Jesus,
League.
we got it. Yeah,
Right,
it
the
was
Champions
without
League.
Champions League.
Right.
Jesus.
So my question would be this, because I'm talking as a Spurs fan now. I think we sign better players when we're not in the Champions League. It's like when we get to the Champions League, in comes Sessegnon, Endom, Fat Belly, and all the
Yeah,
rest
but
of
you
the
still
clowns.
spend big money for those. But when you sign
Yeah,
in
but we're not attracting the talent, is my point. We attract better talent when we're not in the Champions League, which is wrong. It shouldn't be
Well,
like
no,
that.
it's because
I
it
think
forces
it's- I think
it's because
it's
it
more
forces
honestly.
you to actually look at talent and not the name and what fits into your
Yeah.
team. That's what
Can
we
I
are
put
bad
this
at.
out
That
there?
is what
If Real
Arsenal
Madrid-
has
if-
been bad at.
If Real Madrid went in the Champions League for a season, does that automatically mean they can't sign Mbappe? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh my god!
No, well, what do you
How
mean?
is
Oh
this
my god! That's all you say.
fucking-
Oh
What,
my
god!
god!
Are you league gunners? Like I don't know, assistant.
No,
like
no, but Stefan,
we're not
according
Real
to your
Madrid.
logic- according to
We're
your
not
logic,
Real
We're on
Madrid.
a different
Nobody is
subject.
Real
Champions
Madrid.
League. If Real Madrid dropped out of the Champions League and went to the Europa League for a season, does that mean they
Drop
can't
a
sign
super
Mbappe
chat,
because he's
William.
not in the Champions League?
Are you seriously comparing our pedigree and heritage to Real fucking Madrid?
But this
They're
is
still
no,
Real
yeah,
Madrid.
because this is the pedigree you're going at. According to you, you can only sign the big players in the champion when you're in the Champions League. So my point is, my point is,
Why didn't we get Joao Felix on loan when we were in first place last season with Champions League guaranteed?
Because both us and Man United didn't want to pay the massive loan fee, and he was a great success at Chelsea, wasn't he, TJ? Great success. Chelsea is
completely different from Arsenal.
Okay.
Completely
Done
different.
at Barcelona. He's been benched in Barcelona also. What are these
hindsight 20
points?
Stefan, hindsight 2020 with you, man. Are you
What do
serious?
mean hindsight 2020?
We needed a strike. We needed a striker. You had no idea. When he got signed at Chelsea, people at the Arsenal fan base was pissed because we needed a striker and he was the guy that we could have gotten. Why can't we bring in guys like Joao Felix and 10th place Chelsea can? Why is that?
Because they were the only ones willing to pay a £20 million loan fee, which was the most.
Oh, but we could go out there and spend 10. We could go out there and spend 15 on Jorginho.
65.
Get the fuck out of here with that,
Yeah,
man.
65.
First of all, we spent 12 million.
60 on Kai Havertz.
25 on Jakob Kivior.
So you're gonna spend. First of all, we spent 12 million on
Jakob what?
Jorginho and signed him to a deal. We're gonna pay 20 million for a 6-month rental. And then give
it wasn't
back.
20 million.
6 months.
It was not 20
This is
million.
Arsenal fans that are in good form at the moment. Just won 6-0 and they're still going to go at each other. Bloody hell. Just our fan base. Normal.
It's fine.
Bloody hell.
Little strawman arguments that have no meaning.
Strawman arguments. You're a scarecrow. You are the scarecrow of strawman arguments.
Yeah, I'm the scarecrow. Yeah, Joao Felix.
Yeah. You are.
Out of all the players, the failed signings you can bring up, at least bring up Lisandro Martinez. At least bring up players like that. Don't bring up a guy who's been shit at Atletico Madrid for 2 years, who went to Chelsea was shit, and now at Barcelona on loan he's being benched when they're fucking shit. At least bring up a good player. At least bring up an actual good player.
Wasn't Kai Havertz shit at Chelsea?
Yeah, but Kai
Well,
Havertz.
that was the point I was trying to make.
We bought Kai Havertz.
Everybody is shit. Name me one good attacker at Chelsea. Name me one good attacker who has played at Chelsea in the last 3 years. Name me one.
Okay.
It's true.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing. Okay, so why has Joao Felix been shit at Atletico Madrid for 2 years? And why is he shit this year at Barcelona? Thanks for playing.
You're talking about a Chelsea team that cannot.
No, tell me why has he been shit at Atletico? Why has he been shit at Atletico? Why would Atletico take their most expensive signing in history and loan him out so they can increase his value? Why would they loan out their most expensive signing, TJ? Does that sound to you like a player who's been good for them?
He fell out with the coach. What do you want?
He fell out with the coach.
Colin, why are you stirring for, man? Why are you stirring for with the salt, man? Why are you stirring for with the salt, man? Cheeky, man. I love that, man.
Dreamland here?
The
original argument, Stefan, that we are now trailing away from is the fact that Arsenal cannot sign world-class names, so we have to go out and try to find that talent, and our talent ID has not been great.
No, but it's true.
Joao Felix is your example of world-class names? Jesus Christ, are you fucking serious? Joao Felix.
What else was available during the break last season? Mudryk.
Again,
Mudryk. Is that the guy we should have signed? Mudryk.
No, you could have said. Well, we didn't.
We're in the Champions League next season. We sign Mbappe because we can't do it anywhere else. Mbappe comes to Arsenal
if
next
Arsenal
season.
don't sign Mbappe next year, you guys are right. Arsenal can attract good players.
It's true because he's a world class player.
I can't watch this. I can't watch this. Get this off the screen, Mari. Get this off the screen.
Forget the fact that Real Madrid won him, Barcelona won him, every other big club that are bigger than us, Real Madrid, Barcelona. No. We can't sign big players because Mbappe will join Real Madrid instead of Arsenal. Great logic there. Great. Just it totally.
How long was Aubameyang at Barcelona? How long was Aubameyang at Barcelona?
Aubameyang came to Arsenal because we paid the money.
That's not what I asked, but okay.
What?
I'm asking you. You're saying, oh yeah, well he went to. Well, Joao Felix is shit, and he went to Barcelona. Now he's sitting bench. How did Aubameyang do at Barcelona? How long did he stay at Barcelona?
At least I don't cause a controversy. At least Mr. Box Office is
not
causing a controversy.
What is your point, TJ? What is your point?
I'm a good host.
Instead of laughing, tell me your point.
I'm not laughing.
No. What is
I've already made my point.
That Aubameyang did well at Barcelona. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, you're saying that Barcelona was the measuring stick. Oh, he went to Barcelona. Joao Felix went to Barcelona. Now he's sitting bench.
No.
The same Barcelona where Aubameyang, who's now tearing it up in Marseille, was sitting bench too, and he was surplus to requirements there too. So why are we talking about Barcelona?
Okay, explain to me. Okay, if you don't want a measuring stick of Barca. If you keep moving the fucking the actual measurement,
our original argument was about Arsenal signing world-class players.
First you were saying Chelsea, everybody was shit there. Okay, Barcelona shit. Atletico, was everybody?
Are they winning anything?
Too? Huh? What?
Are they winning anything? Are Barcelona winning anything?
They won. Atletico won a league title 2 years ago.
I'm not talking about Atletico.
Okay, he's been shit at Atletico for 2 years.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay. Why do you dismiss the fact that he's been shit at the club where he's been the longest and the most stable compared to Chelsea and fucking Barcelona?
I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about before. He ripped it up. He ripped it up at Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid. He had value until he fell out with Simeone, man.
Stefan, we should be in this. This is a true statement here, right? This is a true statement here, right? We're going to be in the Champions League next season, right? We're going to be in the Champions League next season, right? Arsenal Football Club, according to this logic, should be going in for Mbappe. He's on. Yes, his wages will be high, but we're not having to pay his fee.
Wages will be high.
I said yes, his wages will be. I said his wages will be high, but there's no transfer fee. So Arsenal should be going in.
He's asking for 120 million signing.
So Arsenal should be going in for him then, shouldn't they? Because it's a world class. Because we attract world class players. Okay, then. So we can go in for Osimhen, but we can't go in for Mbappe. What?
Yes, because Osimhen is cheaper. Mbappe wants
You'd
80
rather
million
take
pounds a
Osimhen
season plus-
over Kylian Mbappe.
Wait, over plus 120 million signing bonus. That's 200 million for one season if you take into account.
Where have you got this from?
From articles, from numerous like sources where they've said his
I've not
salary. What he
seen
wanted.
anywhere from Fabrizio, David Ornstein, any of the top journalists.
It was actually
he's got
from
120 sign, whatever that is.
It was actually from the Real Madrid correspondent. I forgot his name from the Athletic. His name is Paul Ballas. And Real Madrid.
Why can't we spend? So I don't understand the point in. But when it comes to I bring up a world class player, why can't Arsenal sign him? Because he's too much money.
No, because when he comes in and is on 80 million a year, and then the next closest player is on, well, I don't know, 10 or 15, and that player comes close to his, let's say Mbappe scores 20 goals and has 20 assists, and 40 goals, and Saka has, let's say, 30 or 35. Saka will come into the office and say, why the fuck is he 10? Why the hell is he 10 times more paid than me when our numbers are quite close? I want 50 million a year, and he's going to ruin the whole dynamic in the dressing room.
Mbappe is a World Cup winner, almost won it twice.
Mbappe is the best footballer in the world.
I saw him again. I watched him against.
I disagree. Over the last 2 years, I wouldn't say he's the best footballer in the world.
You got a hat trick
I'm
World Cup
involved in
final.
That's within the 2 years.
Get involved in that.
Did you see his? Mbappe is world
He
class.
single-handedly kept France in that World Cup final.
Yeah, okay. He played well for France, but how did he play for his club? He hasn't been performing well for PSG.
Who was around him at that club?
He still won the league. He scored a goal yesterday, a point goal.
Okay. How is he being? Okay, I'm not saying he's
real quick before you guys jump into this. I gotta go. I gotta get to my next show. Big up everybody inside. Make sure that you are smashing the likes. Big up Mari, Stefan, Mr. Box Office. Great to see you, Ash and Connor. I'll see you later, brother. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Okay, man.
Mbappe
is not a top player. I'm just saying he's world class. I agree. He's just I wouldn't say he's the best player in the world right now. I don't think he's performed to that level. Just because he's had a good World Cup doesn't mean he's played well for PSG, man. I don't think he's the same
PSG,
levels as he was 2 or 3 years ago.
They've gone through a lot of changes. PSG though, they have gone through. I mean,
basically. Okay. I mean, I just don't think he's the same type of player.
I'm going now from when he first started at PSG. 21 goals, 39, 30, 42, 39, 41, and he's currently on 31. If I even hear the excuse, he's in the French league, I give up.
If you hear the excuse,
he's in the French league.
Well, he scores in Champions League, so he's proven at the highest level, right? And he scores for his international France.
But still, would you pay?
He got a hat trick in the World Cup.
I'm expecting Osimhen or Mbappe to be at Arsenal this summer. That's all I'm going to say after this.
I don't want Osimhen or Mbappe. I want Tony.
Guys, I don't think Osimhen's the player everyone makes him out to be. Do you know that? I
agree with you. I think Osimhen's overrated. I think Osimhen's overrated.
As much as I love Tony, I want him at Arsenal. He isn't world class, so he doesn't fit the debate that Arsenal should only be signing world class players.
Yeah, but how
many has not been great. To be fair, because even
I watched him in AFCON, Mari.
I don't rate him that highly, Stel. I really don't see the hype. Like he's a very good player. He's got potential, but
they miss what's the manager?
He's not worth 100.
I follow Napoli. Napoli's my favorite Italian team because I used to live in Naples. Napoli.
Who does he miss? Kvicha?
No, he's missing the manager. He left because they brought in that idiot. He's the most overrated. Rudy Garcia. He's the most worst manager.
Yeah, he is. I can't believe they hired him. You're talking about the Italian guy with the goatee.
Rudy Garcia. He was at PSG. He was garbage. He was garbage at Roma. He is the most overrated. Rudy Garcia is the most.
And he was garbage at Marseille.
Yeah,
too.
Most overrated manager, and he gets jobs. Once he stepped foot in Napoli, I knew Napoli would regress. And Carva, right, who's supposed to get a big contract, he regressed this year because of Rudy Garcia and his system. And Osimhen.
Spalletti was the coach.
Spalletti.
Michael said it in the chat. No, I agree with you, but I watch him and I watch Tony, and I think Tony fits Arsenal far more than Osimhen. Tony's got a much better touch. Tony's
And
for me.
Premier,
What's
it's
really
Premier.
important for me is Tony has Premier League experience. That for me is big time compared to other players because you're never sure. No matter how talented he looks on tape, you never know how he will, how he will adapt to the Premier League. So I would have Tony in my opinion. Mbappe, of course, if I could sign him, I would. But for 200 million for one season and then to pay him, he'll probably want a 5-year. That's four. We're gonna have to pay 500 million to sign him for 5 years, which for me is a joke. Like I'm telling you, the only club that will be willing to pay that money, and they won't. The only two are gonna be Real Madrid and Man City, and you go to Real Madrid. Yeah, Man City will not touch him. The same reason why they didn't touch Messi, Connor. They didn't go near Messi or when he was a free agent. Why? Because Messi wanted 80 million a year, just like him. And Man City said no. So
If I was Arsenal, I'd pull off all the stops to
Let's go
sign
to
Mbappe.
prediction. Spurs, Wolves, Burnley, Arsenal.
let's do prediction.
We will. I'll go first. It's rumors that not Udoji, Poro did train today, apparently. But that is going to be a problem. Pedro Neto going against it will be Ben Davies. So that might cause a problem. The defense, I still and like I said, the defense is playing the way they are because of the way the midfield. I mean, personally, I feel the midfield has been playing, and so it's leaving the defense even more exposed. But we are at home, and Wolves, as good as they play, they remind me of Brighton, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Like for me, they have a good game, they have a bad game, and so I think with Basuma starting, I think Basuma's due to get back in really, really, really good form. Basuma, Sarr, and Madison, and then Sonny starting. I think that we should be able to pull this out 2-1 at home. I think we would be able to definitely pull it out at home. If we were on the road, I would have definitely said Wolves are going to pull it out. But I think at home we're going to win 2-1. We will go to box office, and then we'll go through Ash, Connor, and then Stell will have the last prediction. Oh, let me get Burnley Arsenal out the way. Arsenal, they're at Burnley. Doesn't really matter. Burnley plays a very open football. It's a company, it's a style of football they play, which should invite more goals for Arsenal. It could be just as bad. It could be 6-0. I'm going to say they get pumped 4-0. I think Arsenal wins 4-0. So Spurs 2-1 over Wolves, and Burnley. Arsenal gets a clean sheet 4-0 over Burnley.
Oh wow, Mario, very extremely positive about Arsenal. I'm surprised.
Just to answer the last question, sorry, I got in the motion of unleashing. Yeah, I want trophies every single time. Yeah, just to answer that question. And ask Harry Kane why I answer that question, trophies. So yeah, just to answer the question on this at the moment. I actually, you know what? I'm not concerned about defense because at the end of the day, we're trying to attack and do a new style, and that's it. And we're going to have problems, and that's it for me. I think with the players that are coming back at the moment, at least we've got Son there that's going to be more clinical. I think that's going to help us a lot. I do agree the midfield's not playing well at the moment. It's a bit concerning at the moment about the fullbacks because I wouldn't have Davis there. And I definitely would not have Emerson there. I'm sorry, because he's just. I'm sorry, he's not a footballer for me, and he will be a disadvantage. I know he'll do a job in terms of defensive, but I'm sorry, he's not. He's just not a good footballer for me, and that's going to be telling, and that's it for me. But all I'm saying at the moment, I'm just going to keep it short and sweet. 2-1 Tottenham, easy. Same as you, Smari. Don't get used to it. Mr. Box Office actually agree with you. But be up to you though. By the way, my man. But still, I think it's going to be 2-1. I think Arsenal against Burnley, just looking who the form of the two teams, it's quite easy where this is going. I think Arsenal are going to have I think Arsenal are going to rip them to pieces as far as I'm concerned. I don't see any more than a. Actually agree with Mari. I think it should be maybe a 3-0, 4-0. If Arsenal really get going, and that's it, especially from the form of West Ham, and that's it really, especially when West Ham are the way they are, London derby, and they absolutely ripped them to shreds, Arsenal. But yeah, that's just my thoughts, and that's it. Back to you, Mario. I'm done.
All right, Ash.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wolves.
Problematic.
I'm looking at Wolves, and I don't see too many away wins this year. They have been playing well against the so-called like top 6, top 8. They played well against Man United. So I was impressed with Chelsea. But they were at home. They were at home at Chelsea. So again, going back to that away form, it hasn't been the best. I think they play better with teams that come at them. They do well in the middle of the pitch. They're kind of that mid press where they press central. They know Spurs are going to want to play through that central block with the inverted fullbacks, with our midfielders. However, I have to agree to that point where it comes down to who's more clinical. And I feel like with Son being back in the team and Basuma, Madison, and Sarr, I think it's like Alex has said it many times. Sorry, Mr. Box Office has said it many times. He's always said about relationships. And I feel like with Basuma and Sarr, it's like big bro, little bro. And one goes forward, one sits, and vice versa. They got a good chemistry going on. I think that helps with the dynamics in defending in midfield. When we played against Wolves the last game, I felt like we were very disjointed because we had Basuma, I think it was Højbjerg in midfield, and Sarr, but Sarr was playing the Madison role, and then Højbjerg was playing in, like, it was just all mishmashed together. And then at the back we had Emerson Royale as left back, and then we had Eric Dyer and Ben Davies as centre backs. So it was all mishmashed together. Like, yeah, we started well, but afterwards all the fans were complaining, saying it felt like Conte ball. So with all that being said, I think we're going to find our form slowly. It might not be the prettiest game, but we will be home. The home fans, the advantage, the players being back together, and the additions on the bench. Now the bench looks a bit more healthier than it was before. I think we should be able to get over the line. So I'm going to be positive. I'm going to say there's going to be goals in this game. I'm going to go for a different answer. I'm going to go for 3-2. 3-2 to Spurs. Yeah. I feel like Wolves will get a couple goals, but I think we'll have enough goals in us to see it through.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced.
Huang is back, which is big for him. He's their best player this year.
Cunha's out though. I think Cunha was really good.
A big miss. He's massive.
It's a massive miss to them. And I think their fullbacks, when they do get up, or their wing backs when they get up, I think the space will be best. And I think someone will exploit that. In terms of, I'll be short with Burnley Arsenal. I think Arsenal are the better team. I think their manager, Burnley's manager, company, he's really, when it comes to his style of play, he's non-negotiable. And that's going to play right into Arteta's hands in terms of what Arteta wants to do in terms of possession and how he finds a way in behind that high line that Burnley will do. I think you lot will exploit that. And I'm going to go for a 3-0. Yeah, 3-0 win to Arsenal against Burnley.
Connor?
Yeah, Spurs v Wolves. I think it's going to be an easy one for Spurs. If I'm going to be honest with you, Cunha's injured. He's out. And he was their main guy to get the goals. So I think they're going to lack, even with Pedro Neto. I think they're going to lack. They had that loss against Brentford. Listen, Brentford haven't been great at the moment. So yeah, they're looking poor, man. Listen, I'm not expecting Wolves to go to Spurs and get a result. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, I'm going to go for a 3-1 Spurs. Unfortunately, I do think Wolves might bag one like Pedro Neto or something, but not enough to get a win of 3 points. I think Spurs will turn up and some will be probably. I'm saying Son will score a double. I'm going to go with Richarlison. He's going to get on the score sheet again, and yeah, I just think Spurs are going to win that, man. I don't see Wolves getting a point out of that. I might be wrong, but no, I think Spurs are going to get that. Burnley v Arsenal. I'm going to go 6-0 Burnley because I have low standards, and you know, they're better. I'm joking. No, I'm joking. Don't worry, Stefan, we're good mates, so don't worry. No, I'm gonna go for our form has been dipping, man. We've not been great. I'm joking. I'm gonna go for a 3-0 Arsenal. I think we're gonna slap them. In all honesty, form's been great ever since Dubai. I'm expecting us to beat them. If not, I'm gonna be fuming, absolutely fuming. But I want to keep a clean sheet. I want to keep this form going. And listen, and no disrespect to Burnley fans, they're there to be taken. To take the points. And I'm not saying it's a free hit, but you've got to be getting these points, get these teams at the end of the day. Listen, I'm more than happy to get the results against Liverpool and City. It's great wins. You got to do against these sides as well because they can bite you and they can get points off you. So I'm going to take a 3-0 like Ash, and hopefully it's more than that. Because I want us to score more goals. At the end of the day, I'm a big guy on goal difference. You never know; it can come back to bite you at the end of the season. So let's keep it going. And if we get another 6-0, we'll be buzzing. We're going to go for 3-0 and a 3-1 Spurs.
That's huge for goal difference because they're tied with City in goal difference. That was huge. That's
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So listen, that's just me. I just pay so much attention to goal difference. I don't know why, but I just do. And because I just feel like it will come back to bite us maybe at some point. Don't know, but I'm going to go for 3-0 Burnley. 3-0 Arsenal. 3-0 Arsenal.
Stefan.
The Wolves game. It's going your way lately, so I'm gonna go for a 2-1 win. It'll be, again, I think Wolves will have chances, but you have 10-15 minutes and you score 2 goals probably. But it won't be an easy game because Gary O'Neill, I think, is a very underrated coach. I think he'll definitely give you a game. But let's see. I mean, I'm really intrigued to see the midfield battle because I think Wolves' midfield is very good. Very, very good. I thought Wolves away, they completely dominated your midfield. They took over the game. So I'm intrigued to see who he plays in the midfield because he's been benching Bissouma lately. And I think he'll probably start him this game. So I want to see him against Lemina and the other guy. What was his name? Gomez. Joao Gomez, I think. Yeah, he's very good. So so I'm very intrigued to see who wins that. And and of course your injuries. If both your fullbacks are injured, Pedro Neto against Ben Davis, that's going to be bad.
Slight work, Stefan. Slight work.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro Neto is a really, really good player, but I'm still gonna go for 2-1 Spurs. The Burnley Arsenal game, I don't think it's gonna be as easy as Connor described, or as you guys, because it's gonna be 4 days before a Champions League game, and I don't think we're gonna push as much as we did at West Ham, where we really it seemed to me like we really wanted to get back at them for the 2 losses. I think the Burnley game is going to be a 2-0 win to Arsenal, but I could see us scoring more goals because of the fact that Burnley are horrific at set pieces defending them. I think we're gonna score probably at least one set piece against them. They conceded one against who was it? Who did they play recently? Against Liverpool? So they're terrible at set pieces, and we're really good. So I'm going for a 2-0 win to Arsenal. More conservative.
We got a super chat here. Stay humble. Big up. I love the channel. It's the way to show my love and to show my hate for Stefan. Your number 1 fan. Stay humble. Thank you for the super chat.
I love you too. Stay humble. Don't worry. Don't worry.
We go to Stel.
I'll get Arsenal out the way first because that's easy. 6-7-0. I think they're going to tear them to absolute pieces.
Yeah.
They're going to get destroyed. If you think West Ham was a battering, you wait and see this.
Guys, Burnley aren't that bad. Like, you guys are a bit harsh. Like,
they play wide open, man. I just think
Arsenal at the Emirates are going to tear them to shreds.
It's at Burnley still. It's not at the Emirates. It's at Burnley.
Oh, is it away? Okay, 4-0.
Yeah, it's away. It's not at the Emirates.
4-0 to Arsenal. Burnley won't even score a goal. Arsenal could even win 6-0 again, I'm telling you. But I don't listen, Spurs went there and won 5-2. And that's Spurs. So I think Arsenal are going to batter them. There's no way. This is a win all day long. And even if the unthinkable happened, then it's 0-0 or 1-1. In the last 10 minutes, Arsenal will make certain subs and they'll cook them. They'll put them to bed. So it's an Arsenal win all day long. And I think it'll be 4-0. Spurs versus Wolves. I mean, fuck my life. I predicted we'll draw.
Are you at the game still? Are you at the game still this weekend?
Yeah. I've got a season ticket. I predicted.
You're gonna win.
I predicted we would draw against Brighton, and we were about 30 seconds away from that coming true. I honestly think if the wing backs are out,
Yeah, that's big.
this is good. Do you know what? Yeah. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier on Savage Show. This is going to be like the Man United Wolves game. We take the lead, they come back into it, they take the lead. So we take the lead. So they take the lead, then we come back into it, we take the lead, we go like 2-1 up, 3-1 up. Then they get a couple of goals, and then in the last 5 minutes, Spurs will win it. So 4-3 or 3-2 Spurs. Last minute drama. It's going to be like the Wild West, a Western shootout. It's anyone's game, but Spurs will nick it. And for me, this will be the last game where it's like this back and forth. Because after this game, we've got a 2-week break, and then we've got Palace coming to us. And I predict already, we are going to spank Palace at our ground. That is going to be the game where we click again. And then,
But wait, they're gonna have a manager bounce though.
they can have whatever bounce.
That's a really. By the way, Glasner is one of the most underrated coaches in Europe. I can't believe Palace managed to get him.
No, Glasner's good. He always gets his team into Europe. He's got a history
And wins. He's won a German Cup with Frankfurt, and he won the Europa League.
But he's inheriting a crap team with the best players all injured. So they can have a bounce, but we're going to bounce them back out of White Hart Lane back to South London. They're going to bounce back to South London.
Yeah, I just want to ask this question to the Spurs fans before we go. Have you noticed this? I've noticed. Spurs play better when they're down rather than when they're in the lead. Have you guys noticed this? Like
No.
you're more sound defensively and you play better going forward. When you take the lead, Spurs, like, it becomes chaotic. They start letting the other like when you took the lead against Bournemouth took the game completely over and had so many shots. The same with Everton.
Stefan, I think. By the way, very, very quickly, stay humble. Thank you for your donation. Mari did read it out. Big up to you. I didn't block you, right? I never blocked you. We have 30 different mods on the channel. One of the mods blocked you, all right? So it wasn't me. The thing is, I said this to you last time, Stefan. Spurs are trying to play, not exactly the same, but we're trying to play the Man City style, right? But the beautiful thing about Man City is when they push high and they get in your half, they dominate possession. They rarely lose possession. With Spurs, there's a lot of sloppy passes in the midfield and in the wide areas, especially the wing backs playing it up the line to the wide players. That possession breakdown is what's causing a lot of the pile on us at the moment. Of course, having a high line comes with the risk. I get that. But even playing out from the back, there's been stages where we pass it to the edge of the box. And because the number 6 can't turn on the ball, because he's always facing the goalie when he receives the ball, he can't spin the man behind him. It goes back to Vicaria, then Vicaria gives it away because then he's put under pressure. When Basuma was in his prime for Spurs at the start of the season, Basuma was spinning everyone in that position and then would get the overload. So what you saw against Brighton was Maddison, the 10, dropped to the 6 to do the Basuma role because Basuma was on the bench and Maddison was spinning players. And that got us out of it. But then there's no creativity in the 10, so then we pay the price up the field. That 6 is crucial to the way we play. So important.
You don't have a 6. I've said it.
We do. No, we do. Bentancur, hear me out. Basuma has shown he can do it. And Bentancur last year, before he was injured on that 9 months, showed that he could do it in that role when we played 2 in that role. The issue we've got at the moment is both Basuma and Bentancur are not in form. And it's causing us a problem. And the other issue we've got is when we do play out from the back, if it's not quick, the press gets to us. So if we're slow in deciding, do I pass there, do I pass there, do I pass there, the press gets onto us. and there's moments where we're trying to dribble it on the edge of our box, and that's how Brighton got the penalty. It was pass. We got out of the press. Now you're thinking, right, pop it into the middle, and we're in. But then Maddison tried to dribble it on the edge of the box.
No, it was Bentancur. I think it was Bentancur.
No, Madison. It was Madison.
Oh, it was Bentancur, bruv. It was Bentancur.
Right.
It was Bentancur.
All right, okay, fair play.
It happened to Madison as well, but not on the edge. But it happened to Madison as well. He did lose possession. But yeah, go on. Sorry, Carol.
Yeah, Matt, I'll take your word for it, guys. Bentancur dribbled on the edge of the box and lost possession. So for me, the key to what Spurs are doing right now is when we play out from the back, we've got to be sharper and quicker. Don't dribble on the edge of the box. And the sixth row we've got to sort out. Once we get that right, everything in front will click. As long as we get
still,
some
we have to move
players.
as well. We have to move as well because we're not moving.
So,
we're like
honestly,
statues.
But that's if you watch Man City, they've got brilliant players in all those roles.
Here's what
us. It's a little bit sloppy. Spurs,
still,
Spurs have been sloppy.
He's a top keeper in terms of shot stopping. But I think Vicario, the reason why Man City and Arsenal playing out the back and even Liverpool is because Alisson is good on the ball. He can pass it to Van Dijk.
Dude,
And then Van Dijk can spread it. But Arsenal, David Raya, no matter what you say, on the ball is amazing. And then you have Saliba in front of him. Vicario, I've noticed numerous times.
Dude, I've seen
not good
Raya
on the ball.
this year. I've seen Raya this year fuck around at the back and almost cost you. I've seen it happen
in the first few months. The last 2 months, Raya has been really good.
No, I tell you when it happens. When a team proper puts the pressure on you, and you choke in playing out from the back. Right now, Spurs playing out from the back, I'm telling you, it's too slow. You can almost choreograph it.
You don't have the players.
That and we're just being slow because there's 15-minute patches where Spurs are quick at it and we look really good at it. But I agree. Too often it's too slow. Like at the start of the season, we were rapid at it. And the preseason, Stefan, we were so quick at it. I don't know what's happened the last.
They figured you out, Stel. They figured you out. They know.
No, it's not, Stefan. No, hold on, guys, 1 second. I will let you speak.
Yeah.
Figuring us out does not justify us playing slowly.
No,
playing slowly has got nothing to do with being figured out. It's us being like sometimes I see like Van de Ven or Romero or whoever it may be, the Madison, whoever comes into that role, they're on the ball and they're going this way. Should I go that way? Play it. Play the freaking ball. Just pop it, and then it's his problem. And then when he's got the ball, let him deal with it. But what happens is we don't make that pass quick, and then the press catches us. And that I've seen it happen because I go to all the home games and I've seen it. And I'm the guy next to me keeps saying, "Play it. The pass is on." But I don't know why.
It's decision making, and it's because of the rhythm. It's because of the rhythm. These players have been out for a long time. As I said before, it's almost like a mini preseason and coming back into it. So Maddison, he's understanding the speed of the game. When he came back against Man City, that was a hella fast game to come back into. Do you get it? Then when he came back against Brentford, he was playing with different players. He'd never played with Bentancur before. He's like, rah. Normally, Basuma's in that space. Normally, Sar's there. Sar's at AFCON. Do you get it? Then now, all of a sudden, Sar's come back against Everton, but Basuma still ain't there. Bentancur, again, he's not making the right decision. So when he's not meant to dribble, he's meant to do like a wall pass or a short pass to one of his teammates. He's trying to dribble it out the back. Now, if he's playing more games, he's going to recognize, actually, now's the time to like lay it off to one of the fullbacks. And now's the time I'll check my shoulder. I've got more space to do my half turn and play up the pitch. So it's those little intricacies that they're getting wrong in the midfield. And that's why I said, like, I agree with Stel, against Wolves, we might not be there then, but by Palace, the groove will be back and the three players will have that rhythm and they'll know what to do when teams are pressing them, and then they will have that kind of game intelligence. That's what I call it, that experience. But I know Connor has to go, and Connor's itching to make it.
I've got to bounce. I've got work in the morning, and I'll be shattered if I don't bounce now, because I feel like this debate's gonna go on for a bit longer. I'm not too sure, so I'm gonna have to bounce.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I still think it's movement as well, to be honest with you. But I mean, I can hear what Asmat is saying, and I hear what Stelios is saying. But I don't think we should have any excuses for the next game against Crystal Palace after that, because we've had 2 weeks, 2 weeks of training again. You know what I mean? But I still don't like this whole thing about when we have our first 11 and stuff. It should be a squad game. Sorry, I'll stick by what I say, and that's why I have my problems at the moment.
Estelle, can I?
Our squad's not good. Yeah, go for it, Stefan. Yeah, go.
Where I say they figured you out, Stel, is where they watched tape on you guys and they figured the way you build up play from the back is very one-dimensional, and that is mainly geared towards the way you were successful was through Basuma. Go and watch the Nottingham Forest game. The reason why Basuma gets red carded, Stel, is before in the first 10 games, they didn't have enough video on you so they can feel, okay, this is what they do. Nottingham Forest doubled up. When you were building up from the back, they doubled up on Basuma. So Basuma had 2 guys on each of his shoulders. So if he tried to shimmy one way, he was covered. And he didn't realize this. He lost the ball, and then he got the red card. Go watch. Luton was also very similar. They doubled up on him. They started figuring out your press. And my point is that once they figure out your press, and Basuma knows that he cannot just dribble out his way because that's his strength, ball carrying, his passing is not good enough. That's why I say he's not a good enough 6. His passing, his pure progressive passing through the lines is nowhere near good. If you
Stefan, Basuma, dude, he's got a 96% completion rate. He's one of the best ball retentions.
Rate. It's not.
No, but that's passing. Passing is his pass is complete
through the lines, passing forward.
Yeah, but he's not that player. He's a 6. He's a 6. Right. I'm not going to disagree with you on that, but I don't think that's his job. That's what Benton, Corler, Celso, Madison are supposed to do that.
But he's a 6. That's his. What does Rodri do for Man City?
Lines.
Yeah, but what does Rodri and Partey last season and Declan Rice this season?
For Arsenal, he doesn't pass through the lines.
Stefan,
yes, he does. Declan Rice is one of the most progressive passers in the league.
No, he doesn't pass through there. He's progressive. Forward, he does, but more time when Rice. Why Arsenal fans like him is because he keeps possession. He's very tidy. He helps it. But he doesn't split teams open with his passing. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
He does. Yeah,
he's a big playmaker. Like
I agree, and that is one of the main things. Yeah, that's one of the main things that he needs to work on, Ash. I agree with you.
Yeah, so it's the same argument with the 6 argument with Basuma. Like Stel was saying, and you said as well, his strengths are in dribbling and carrying. And I agree, they may have figured it out to a degree where they say, look, he wants to half turn, he wants to go this way, he wants to go that way. But I think from playing at the back, sometimes our fullbacks and sometimes the wingers, they drop in the progression. Even sometimes you see Richarlison dropping deep, and then he's the one that collects the ball. It doesn't always go through our 6 necessarily. I think we've switched it up a little bit. And I've seen Sarr drop for it. I've seen Porro drop for it in a double pivot at times. So sometimes we play the double pivot. We don't always play with a single pivot with a 4-3-3. I think it changes depending on how we play out from the back.
I agree.
What I see, I could be wrong.
No, I agree with you. But if you watch Thomas Partey and if you watch Rodri,
Partey's different.
Their biggest thing, especially Partey, I think Partey is the most obvious. The way he passes through the lines and through the like in terms of forward wise, the way he progresses the play, especially last season, was insane. He was so good at breaking the press, Partey. So that for me is the key for the number 6. And if Stel says that you want to kind of copy the Man City system, well, go look at the number 6 that plays for Man City, and Arsenal is very similar to Man City in the way they play.
No, Stefan.
Go look at the number 6 that plays for Arsenal.
Spurs aren't trying to copy Man City. We're trying to be Man City-esque. For example, if you look at Man City, their wing-backs don't invert into the 10. Ours do. Our wide play, on our front 3, the 2 wide players of the front 3 are super wide. They shouldn't be that wide for me. They should be a bit more in and invert. Yet our fans are saying, no, get wide, cross the balls in. And plays a variation of the 4-3-3. I'm still trying to understand it. But when it clicks, it's dynamite. It is unbelievable. But when it doesn't click, you're scratching your head. Like you're sitting there thinking, whoa, where are we going with this? You know, it's a work in progress. I need to
I-
see a couple of years of this. I need to see a couple of years of this before I say, do you know what? Ange is onto something, or where I'm going to say, guys, I don't think this is a good idea. I need a bit more time with this. If I'm honest with you.
I just think, guys, the players that you have, and I commend Ange for trying to play. I just don't think none of your players have the technical security, especially in attack, to play this a Man City system. None of them are secure in terms of by secure.
Why do you think I cuss Timo and I cuss wingbacks like Chicken Royale and I cuss Brennan Johnson? There's a reason. I don't think the system suits them. I don't know why they're at the club. We're trying to play possession-based attacking football with players whose first touch I question.
But that also includes your midfield. But you don't have a midfielder that can dictate play the way a Partey can or a Rodri.
The midfield's just the individuals just aren't performing to their levels at the moment. They're just. I know Bentancur, even Lo Celso and Basuma are much better than what I'm seeing right now.
Lo Celso, come on,
dude. Lo Celso was doing well for us until he got injured again. He was scoring goals, creating. Dude, he was. Lo Celso. Alex, what do you think? Before he got injured again, I thought he was doing well.
The Celso ball carrying wise, like in terms of like, I know box office ain't a fan, but I think in terms of like that ball splitting, that what you were talking about, passing between the lines, he can actually do it. Like, obviously he contributed a couple goals, but I think his biggest problem is his availability. I think that's why a lot of Spurs fans have given up on him, because he's always injured. He's just not there, and people want to see players that can start the game week in, week out, not like him playing every other game. When Maddison drops off, he's meant to step in, like, and he hasn't been there for a lot.
He's always injured.
Yeah, that's
I think he's been. I don't think he's. I just think he's been underwhelming. To be fair, to be honest, I want him gone. I think he's the Argentinian Tom Carroll as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry. I'm just not there with him. I'm sorry. I respect Asmatic's what he feels on this, and I know a lot of Spurs fans disagree with me, but I just think he's twerking for a move, and I just think he should just go. I'm sorry. Then in saying that, I'd rather have him in front of Ollie Skip.
Again, he's not technical. He's not technical enough to play in that type of system. He is the most one-footed player I think I have watched play.
Yes, I could say that.
The moment you press him and you force him onto his right, he is completely fucked. He cannot do anything. That's why I call him the
Argentinian Tom Carroll.
I don't remember Tom Carroll. So was he really one-footed, Alex?
Well, you know, he plays like him anyway. I mean, honestly, I don't know what else to say.
I don't know, but I just think you need to sign. The reason why your attacks don't last is because your attackers, apart from Kulusevski is the only player that I think can hold up possession and control the play. By controlling the play, what I mean is not necessarily not losing the ball for the sake of not losing it, but someone like Jack Grealish who can progress with the play but never lose the ball. Saka is also really good at that. Who else from Liverpool? Jota is good at that. Players that don't lose the ball when they're running with it. Brennan Johnson loses the ball all the time. Timo Werner loses the ball all the time. Even Son is a better player on the counterattack than he is in a possession-based system, even though he's a top player. Let's be honest with it. Son's first touch and building up play, that's not his strength. It's running into space.
I think Spurs are better when they counterattack.
I completely agree with. If you look at your two games that you played, both goals against Brighton were counterattacks.
I think you summed it up perfectly.
What we saying? We're Conte again, yeah. We're Conte FC, yeah.
I meant transitional, fast transition.
Listen, I wasn't against Conte. I was the 1% of fans that wasn't against Conte.
By the way, this was Conte that was when he went before he had his rant. We were fourth, yeah, right. So these are all Spurs fans that were twerking for him. Then said that it was our worst time, by the way. But there were Spurs fans that were celebrating getting top 4, celebrating that we had our best manager, yeah, saying that we love Conte. Then suddenly turned and said, "Oh no, it was the worst moment. It was the worst time. It was terrible football." Yeah, and I was sitting there thinking, "Really? Like you're saying that now? You're saying that now? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the only person that was really sticking up for him, and he still sticks up for him right now, is Stelios. I mean, I'll give credit to Sava and all these other people, because Sava was saying he didn't like Conte, and he stuck by it.
He
But
was a
some
piece
people have
of
just been
shit.
flip flops about him. You know what I mean? Saying it was the worst time going, and that's it.
No, but
You know what I mean?
Alex, no, nobody is denying that he's a top coach, but he's a piece of shit. I'll give you an example. You leave the job, you say nothing for 6 months because probably in your contract when you signed to the compensation had a non-disclosure agreement for a period of 6 months where you probably couldn't do media interviews. And the first moment you get, you do an interview and you take the piss out of Spurs. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved reading him taking the piss out of Spurs. I loved it.
Say nothing for 6 months. Say nothing for 6 months. Did you hear how he left the club? Did you not hear what he said under contract? Where he put a detonator and blew everything up.
Yes,
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is
He called everyone out, including you. He called you out as well, man. He called me out. He called everyone out.
Okay, he had his
Like
you know,
today.
he lost his,
Conte cooked everything.
no, he
Flambe.
didn't. He lost his shit. He lost his shit. He lost his shit. He lost his shit. He lost his shit at a press
He was
conference.
under contract. What fucking disclosure did he sign?
Yeah, but still, he lost. He lost his shit at a press conference, and then he just disappeared, and there was nothing from him for 6 months. Didn't say what happened.
Dude, that was his resignation letter. That conference was his resignation letter, man. That was him saying bye-bye. He was like, bye-bye, I'm out of here.
He did this. He does this everywhere. When he left Juventus, he did the same thing where he signed a compensation, didn't say anything, then did a interview 6 or 7 months later, slating the board of Juventus.
Stefan, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something.
He's a mercenary. You don't need people like.
He's a winner. He's a winner. He wins everywhere except Spurs.
Well, he also destroys every team that he leaves too. So
he didn't destroy us because we were fourth.
What do you mean you finished 8th? You were
I was Stellini and Ryan Mason. I was Stellini and Ryan Mason, bro.
Well, he left you. Well, who did you expect to hire? Stell, who did you expect to hire in March?
Stellini's first game was 6-0 down at Newcastle in 22 minutes.
Yeah,
we got absolutely banged up there under Stellini.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
That was bad. That was horrific.
Yeah.
I tell you what, there's one thing every Spurs fan should respect Conte for. They won't admit it, but deep down, a lot of them know it, right? But they can't admit it because it means that they kind of have to shift a bit towards saying, actually, yeah, Conte did all right there. He's the only manager I know under Daniel Levy, the only one. And this includes Mourinho, Poch, Redknapp. None of them did it when it mattered. When they knew something wasn't right, when Poch knew something wasn't right, just call me the coach, don't call me manager. Yeah, Redknapp started flirting with England. Jose Mourinho started throwing players under the bus. Conte's the only one that sat there and said it exactly as it is. He said it straight. And do you know what? So many Spurs fans said, do you know what? Did he say anything that was a lie? You got. I know you called him a piece of shit and you're allowed to call him that. But dude, he's a man of his word in the sense that I will tell you straight. And I kind of like that about him.
Yeah. He blames.
I kind of like that about him.
Okay, I like it too.
Look at this comment right here. It's the truth. The guy tells the truth. He tells the truth.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, he is a winner. You know, he won as a player.
The cataracts, Phil.
he won as a player. He's a winner as a coach. I agree, but he's a mercenary. He has no loyalty to any club whatsoever, even the slightest. Not even loyalty, respect. The moment he feels he has been wronged, he blames everybody else but himself. I remember losses that you shouldn't have had losses where he fucked up. He never blamed himself. He lost.
No, that's not true, Stefan. When he did that rant,
he never blames himself. Still,
no. He said things need to change here. The players, the owners, the coaches, me. This can't continue. He did say we're all at fault on this. He did say that.
At first, at first in the first 3 months when they were going through the honeymoon period with Conte, then He lost to Burnley away, gave the press conference about that. Maybe I'm not. He started doing his prima donna bullshit like he did at Juventus and at Inter. Then the summer happened, and he didn't get Bastoni, or he didn't get the signings maybe that he wanted to or expected to. And then he started throwing pot shots in the media about, I don't want to finish fourth.
Yeah, but Stefan, hold on a minute. Conte comes to Spurs. He says, I need Bastoni, which is code for I need a top defender, and I think he's a top defender.
But Bastoni isn't going to come to Spurs.
Right. Okay, fair enough. We can't get him. Right.
Okay.
What's plan B? Clement Longley.
Yeah, I agree about that.
But you agree, but he's a piece of shit. Ange comes to Spurs. I need a defender. He gets Mickey van der Ven for 50 million, who's turned out to be very, very good for us. And because we had a couple of injuries during the season, halfway during the season, Dragusin comes in for 30 million. Conte got none of that, right?
Conte got 60 million. Conte got 60 million for Richarlison.
Dude, come on, man.
Well,
come on, man. You think Conte? Look at the striker he's worked in world football. You think he came to Spurs and said, "That's my guy. That's my guy over there at Everton."
I agree, Stel. Go look at Conte's transfer business at other clubs. It's fucking horrendous.
Yeah,
go
but
look at the transfers he made at Chelsea. Go look at the transfers he made.
He won the league with Chelsea. I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah,
but he won the league.
Look at the transfers he made after that.
He won the FA Cup after that. He won the FA Cup after that.
Morata for 70
Stefan,
million.
he won trophies that way. I don't care. He won. Look, at Spurs, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying he's guilt-free. I'm not saying he's not to blame for anything. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, he comes to Spurs, and the transfers were a joke. Ange comes to Spurs, Vicario. Oh, Conte wanted a new goalie. He got Fraser Foster, man. Come on, man.
The Italian guy.
Come on. This guy was not backed. Listen, he was not backed the way Ange was.
How can he be?
Ange has had good players signed for him compared to Conte.
But still, how can you? Again, you're not. Think about it from. I know you hate him, and I agree. You can be Conte. You can be a piece of shit like Conte and have a bad owner. You can have both. If you're an owner, would you invest in a coach that you know at the first sign of trouble or a little bit of a sticky point with Spurs, which everybody knows Conte thought he was bigger than your club. That's why he talked like that, just like Mourinho did. Yeah. At the littlest sign, he's going to fuck off. Why would you invest 200 million or 300 million in a coach that you know
great question.
To fucking leave?
Great question. No, great question. I wouldn't hire him if I was a good chairman.
I agree. Yeah. That's a good
so it ends right there. Right? Why have you hired him then? Why did you hire Mourinho? So for me, this all falls back on Levy, and the same will apply now. If we don't keep buying good talent to build a team to play Ange ball, not some other ball, not some other tactic that some other manager should have been brought in to do. We do it this manager's way. If we don't back Ange, it's all on the manager, all on the owner. But if we do back Ange and we have another 2 summers of good transfer business, then for the first time ever, I will put it on the manager. I'll say, Ange, this is on you now. Because you've got your team when Poch never got it, Redknapp never got it, Jose never got it, Conte never got it. You've been given it. You now need to deliver. Then I'll be on the manager. But until that happens, I can't. Look, actually, Alex might have a different opinion. Mario might disagree, but that's how I feel about it.
No,
most Spurs fans disagree, by the way. Most Spurs fans disagree. They'll blame the manager again. Most fans will blame the manager.
They always blame the manager at Spurs. I don't get it.
We have not properly backed our managers. And with Conte, if you're bringing Conte in, you know what you're saying. You know, I saw this on a there was a reality show my sister was watching, and some guy got this high-end money-grabbing escort, and he tricked the girl in the sense that that he was rich, but he wasn't really rich. And when the girl got into that relationship or marriage or whatever on the show, she saw that this guy was struggling, didn't have money whatsoever. Everybody was mad at her, but she was duped because the guy made it seem like he was the shit, and he wasn't. So the same thing with Conte. right? When Levy and the board bringing Conte, it was meant to say, okay, we are fully going to back the guy. We're going to bring him in some serious talent, and not, what's the guy's name? Chicken Royale, bring
No, Chicken Royale was signed under Nuno's tenure.
Nuno,
That's
okay,
not on-
whoever it was, and not back him. So yeah, it's so. Of course, he has every right to be upset because it was just like the previous managers. We didn't bring in players. We needed a skinnier. We brought in Joe Roden.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, so it made the difference because we leaked so many goals that you were actually top, but we were dropping games like to West Ham 3-0, 3-3, and so on, 5-4 to Everton in the FA Cup, and still Mourinho got us to a cup final and didn't get to coach that. So I mean, it's just we will see, because if we have a summer where we bring a Timo Werner like to the club, man,
I'm reading. You might sign him permanently. I'm reading this.
15.5 million. 15.5 million.
If we sign Timo Werner, man, I'll tell you right now
Stella's gonna lose it. It's gonna be
I'm gonna lose my
Twitter
shit.
post.
I'll tell you now. I'll tell you now. If we sign Timo Werner, and that is the sign of the direction we're going in, I can guarantee you we are not winning trophies under Ange. I guarantee we won't.
There's no guarantee we're going to win trophies. Period. At the moment, no one's telling me anything. And
yeah, but if we sign Timo, Alex,
I still don't understand why rivals are saying we're playing great football. I just don't get it. We're just playing moments. I just don't get it. I really do not get it, because
at the moment, I agree with you. At the moment, you're right. We are patchy. We are patchy. We are.
I
agree.
It's just hype. I just think it's just hype. I just do not get it, because I'm
think
there at the games, and I just
feel like
your team, Alex, reminds me so much of
too many injuries and suspensions. We had too much disruption.
Disruption. That's what it is. You're gonna get that in the first season because they're not used to running like that high press. Like we're not used to doing that high press. Remember, we were used to doing like that mid block to low block, and we've gone from mid block to low block into all guns blazing. Everyone's running, and everyone's hamstrings went. Like no one was ready for that type of ball. So as the season goes on, that's why Andrew was always saying, "Don't judge me on this first season. Judge me in the second." But I'm not sure. I'm like, my thing is like these guys about the whole Werner situation. I'm not 100% sure on the talent ID that we're trying to look for. If we are bringing in like a Werner, if we think he's the answer, I do have question marks about this summer window coming up. Now, Neto, apparently we want him, but so do Arsenal. So it depends. Like if Arsenal go for like a Nico Williams, if Arsenal go for Nico Williams, and that makes Neto possibly we've got a chance of signing them. But I honestly think if Arsenal go for Tony and they go for Neto, then like we go for like lesser targets. I can't see us really pushing the boat out for.
I don't know if we're gonna. I think injury record is going to be important for us in the next few windows, because you look at some of our best players, they're injury prone, and I think Arsenal will have learned their lesson from that. And I don't think we'll go for Neto because of his injury record. I think he's an amazing player. I love Neto, but he's been injured too much. And I think they'll give you a free
injuries he's had. It's not the same injury. That's the only thing I could caveat.
But that's the worst. That's the bad part about it. He's had a knee injury. He's had a hamstring injury.
Well, it'd be different if it was a reoccurring injury. If it was a reoccurring injury, then I would say, look, that's more to worry about. He's still quite young as well. I add that onto it. If he was like further into his career and he had those injuries, then I'd be like, oh,
maybe. I don't know. I just,
I am concerned about the injuries. I am concerned about the injuries for Tottenham, because I think that's going to be a problem next season. When we're playing more football, we're going to have to play handball, which is going to be 100%.
That's why you need a bigger squad of quality.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying at the moment we've got to be better next season. We're going to have to play more games next season, and we're going to have to do it. I get where you're cut. Listen, Smatter, I've got respect for you, bro, because you do make some really good points that you do make me think. You know what I mean? We've had conversations, you make me think. You know what I mean? And big up to Marlon, by the way, because he's another one as well who's underrated, by the way. You know what I mean? Spurs King show, Spurs King, subscribe, please, and also like their shows as well, the rival show as well, please. Every single time for this boy, my boy is asthmatic, Marlon, and has as well, yeah. But yeah, I do hear what you're saying. It's just you
No,
know
I've got the
me,
same
you
concern
know
about
me,
injuries.
asthmatic.
I've got the same concern about injuries. I do, because we're signing. We do suffer from a lot of injuries, and we're signing a player that has injuries in his record. Like it's not a good
No,
perfect
I'm gonna
marriage.
say this: every single player that Arsenal have signed that has had a injury prone record, it has transferred onto his time at Arsenal. Kieran Tierney, famous at Celtic, really talented, but a lot of injuries. Came to Arsenal, super injury prone. Zinchenko, look at his injury record at Man City, injury prone. Came to Arsenal, injury prone. Tomiyasu, look at his record at Bologna, injury prone again. Calf injuries at Bologna consistently. Comes to Arsenal, injury prone with calf injuries. Literally, the only player that has been an aberration of that has been Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey had the same injury record as Declan Rice when he came from Atletico. He never got injured. Never. I think he had missed like 1 or 2 games in the space of 3 years. Comes to Arsenal and turns into the most injury-prone player ever. So if you look at that, that's what worries me. With Pedro Neto, if he is injury-prone at a previous club, he'll be injury-prone here. That's why I think teams, for example, didn't move for the guy from West Ham, who's super talented, Kudus.
Kudos,
His
yeah.
injury record was terrible.
My question, sorry to cut you. My question is for Stella and Alex. Would you take a Werner if we got like a top winger? I don't know who the top winger is, like, but
No.
would you supplement a Werner with, I don't know, a winger that like a Kvaratskhelia from Napoli? I don't know, a Leao from AC Milan. I don't know.
The reason
What winger you rate? Would you say, look, 17 million on a Werner that is not quite what you want, but and then
Guys,
you get
I'm
a
gonna
like, top winger.
See you later, Stefan. Big up.
Thanks, guys. Good night.
Take care. Have a good one.
Yeah, would you take that or no? You say, look, I don't want him.
the reason why I say it, right?
Yeah.
I hear your point, right? What you're saying, but I just think at the
Nothing will
moment,
get
can
him.
he
I think we will get him.
compete? Can you compete with the player that you're competing with? And for me, Werner does a job, yeah, like Højbjerg, right? And for me, I think if we're gonna have players in our squad, I'm not looking for world class players, like I said before. I just need somebody that's going to want to make that other player think about their game. You know what I mean? Make them better. You know what I mean? Compete and just make them think, well, I've got to do something better here to try and make sure I'm ahead of this guy. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing with Gareth Bell when he came in for Concha, right? And Gareth Bell did what he did, and then Concha couldn't find himself out the team, and he found himself out the team, and he ended up selling him. You know what I mean? And that's what I want from Tottenham at the moment. I just don't think. And look at the age of Werner. This is supposed to be his peak. This is supposed to be his peak now. You know what I mean? At 27 years old. So this is where I'm sitting there thinking at the moment, well, if you're not going to get any better and you can't do any more, and let's be honest, he went back to RV Leipzig, and RV Leipzig weren't that impressed with him because they're putting him on loan and putting the price up of 70 million to him, yeah, to us to buy him. It don't look very good at the moment. And this is a season where he needs to do well to get into the German squad, right? So for me, I'm just not there. I don't think I would do that. I think I'd rather have a youngster that has got the potential. That's why I could see what we're trying to do with Noosa,
Right, I get it.
getting him in because he's got that glass ceiling to get better. You see what I'm saying? I don't know whether he would have done that, but
but
I
I
see
get
the
the idea.
logic. I see the logic at the moment, and that's it for me. If we're gonna do it with Werner, I said it in my channel, Mr. Box Office TV. By the way, I need to get to 1,000 subscribers, 60 to get to. By the way, but yeah, I said that I'll take him a loan for a year. I'll take a loan, yeah, and put incentives in there, right, for him to achieve. If he doesn't achieve those incentives, sorry, buy, you back at RV Leipzig. Sorry, you know what I mean. So that's the only reason why I would take him on if we're doing a year loan, you know, or maybe a 6-month loan. You know what I mean, and put incentives in there to try and see whether we will increase it, and that's it, because that will motivate him to say you've got to achieve these targets. You know what I mean, and that's it. But for me, to answer your question, no, I wouldn't do that. That's it.
Like, Ash, the way I look at it is, I take my emotion out of it. I just think, right, let me think about this logically. I want us to win trophies. So my agenda is trophies. So it's not experience, journey, entertainment, it's trophies. So for us to win trophies, we need to beat Man City's, Liverpool's, Arsenal's, Chelsea's, Brighton's, Villa's, West Ham's, you know, those top teams. Because for me, they're the teams you're going to meet in a semi-final and a final. And they're the teams you've got to beat in the league to win it. So if I apply that logic, when you look at the games this season, okay, I've shown this on other shows. These are the bottom teams in the league. Richarlison, Johnson, even Timo, they all pop up. Especially Richarlison. Kulusevski pops up quite a bit. So you see some regular names popping up. So against these bottom teams, the Kulus, the Timos, the Johnsons, they all turn up. Once you get to that middle table, all right, Kulu's got 1 goal, Johnson's got a goal, Richarlison's got an assist. So like, okay, they turn up a little bit. As soon as you get to the top teams, Richarlison goes missing, Brennan Johnson goes missing, Timo goes missing. Timo, I'll relax a bit on this because he's only played 5 games. But he played against Brighton, he played against City, he played against United. He only turned up in one of those games. The only players that turn up here now are Son, Maddison, because he's missed most, and Porro. So I'm looking for big game players that are going to win games. So if I use this logic, for me, it's why I'm against Brennan Johnson, and it's why I'm against Timo. Because at that lower level, they do perform, especially Johnson and Richie, especially them two. But that higher level, where was Richie against Brighton, a top team? Where was Richie against Man City in the FA Cup?
He did get into the right positions, though. He did get into, because I spoke to Smatter, and to be honest, he makes a really good point about Charlison. I'm still not a fan of his, but he did get into good positions. It's just that his passing, and I've seen it myself actually, because what Smatter really got done really well. He said, I watched the whole game and I saw what he's talking about.
But
he got
Alex,
into good positions, but he just wasn't good executing the pass.
But hear me out. Son gets in good positions. Difference is he delivers. He delivers.
The thing with Brighton, let me just clarify. I think the thing with Brighton, I think Richarlison should be scoring against Brighton, number 1.
Yeah.
I don't consider Brighton as one of the top 6 teams. Do you know what I mean? I know what you're saying still, top 8.
No. They're the top 9 teams in the league. The top 9.
Yeah. So, but I expect Richarlison to score against Brighton. That's where I stand on it. So that game,
he missed the 1-on-1. He missed the 1-on-1.
Yeah, he did, and I concede that. Do you know what I'm saying? But I expect Richarlison, like, and another game, home or away, I expect him to finish his dinner on that one. But I do agree, like, when it comes to like the top teams, you need killers. You do need finishers. And I said that to you as well, Alex. I said,
you said.
I said to you that when it comes to the nitty gritty, we are going to need to upgrade in that position. We can't.
But Ash, check this out.
Leading the line.
But guys, check this out. Look at the assists. Porro, Son, Porro, Son, Porro. So even the creation against the top teams, look who's the one delivering the killer blow for the finisher. They go missing for that as well. But even Son turns up for that as well. So
Richarlison against Liverpool, though, I did see that.
Richarlison got a couple, but when I did it as a percentage, what I worked out is against the bottom teams, if we're talking about assists and goals, Johnson turns up 66% of the time. Richarlison turns up 68% of the time. The top teams, those top 9, they're both down to 30%. Richarlison 33%. That's a massive drop off. Whereas Son, he's almost turning up, and Porro is it's between 66 and 70%. Harry Kane, by the way, was above 70%, just so everyone can understand. So to answer your question, no, I wouldn't keep him. And the same applies to Kulu, by the way, who I think is a good player. Kulu doesn't turn up. Kulu doesn't turn up in those games either. So
he's annoying me now, and the people defend him so much.
Yes, I'm well
Alex,
to
I like Kulu. I like Kulu, and I will defend him. But if I'm going to be fair, which I am now, that same process I just went through, Kulu drops off. So other than Son, nobody in that front three is going to deliver for us consistently against the top 9. That for me is a massive problem if you want to win trophies. I don't know what you make of my little analysis there, but
that was good. That was good. Kulu did score against City. To be fair to him, he did score, and that wasn't just this season. It was last season as well when he scored that goal. I think Son assisted him and he put it in the back of the net. But he did have a good.
We played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 big games we played this season. Kulu's turned up in one game. Man City away. That's it.
He got the goal and assist in the Man City game. Yeah.
He didn't play well against Aston Villa, but he didn't score. But I do recognise what
he got to do better in the off season.
But this is my point. Like, who actually gets that creative moment in the big game? Who actually puts the ball in the back of the net? Son and Porro have smashed it this season.
That's why I'm worried about why Poro's out and that, and we do rely on him a lot. You know what I mean? Especially those wing backs going inverted. And to his credit, Son, right? To his credit, he's clinical, and like he's shown it against Brighton. You know what I mean? He knows
every time
exactly.
He turns
He's shown
up.
it against Man City. You know what I mean? He's clinical. You know what I mean? Yes. I don't agree about the captaincy. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that captaincy. I still need proof on that one.
And did you hear he gripped that in the South Korea team? He gripped up one. Was it Kang Lee? He gripped him up. He's got.
Yeah.
I know. But I think more. I'll have to see how it is next season. I think we'll have to see whether
he's
we
not
are.
As soft as some people think. Son's dad said he's not world class. I think the dad's onto him. You know. I think the dad's onto him. You're not world class. Like, I reckon his dad gives it to him. You know what I'm saying? So I think Son, even though he smiles and hey guys, and he does a little camera thing, I think the dad's got him. I think the dad's got that little rough edge. Bust up he had with Lloris. And
I've just been tough on him because I want him to do. I want to be tough because I think Son needs to start winning trophies now. Asthmatic now. I think that's the problem now because we're gonna if we're gonna criticize
the Asian Cup.
If we're gonna criticize Harry Kane that he hasn't won anything. We've got to criticize Son for not winning anything at the moment. And this is where because I think unfortunately. Because I'm sorry.
Teams win trophies, don't they, Alex? Teams win trophies, not individuals.
Yeah, no,
Teams
but at the same
trophies.
time, though, Stelios, I think at the moment, I'm just seeing Son. I think he's too happy being the poster boy for Tottenham rather than that.
He's turning up in the big games, Alex. He delivered.
No, I understand what you're talking about.
What more do we want from Son then? What more do we want from him?
Now he's captain now. Right?
Yeah.
There is now a emphasis on him to say, sorry now, I don't want to be a loser anymore, right? Not winning any trophies anymore. I want to do something because he will only be remembered as Tottenham's mascot at the moment. That's the thing at the moment, unfortunately.
So when Ange drops him for the Carabao Cup game, what do you want Son to do? He's not even on the pitch.
Yeah, fair enough.
What can he do?
That's a fair question. That's a
the FA Cup against Burnley, Man City. He's in Asia.
Yeah,
Would you respect Son if he was at Liverpool? If he was at Liverpool, do you think Son?
He would have won everything there. He would have won in that system under Klopp.
Easily.
Different.
Klopp loves him. Klopp loves Son. He's talking very glowing.
Son at Arsenal, Son at Man City, Son at Liverpool, Son at Real Madrid, Barca, Bayern, anywhere.
It's the team.
I think it's just the thing is though. The thing is,
it's always the team.
The problem
in my view,
is that the problem is right until he wins trophies, right? Until he he has that moment winning the trophies for Tottenham. I think the question marks will always be there. Him being a class finisher is undoubtable. Right?
Alex,
There's
do you know? Do you know?
there's no argument on that one. Honestly, there's no argument.
Alex,
But
this is unfair. This is unfair because last season Mari did a show on this, right? And Mari pulled up all the data. When you compare Spurs, Mari, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to remember what you said. If you compare Spurs to the big six clubs, Spurs, we play in far less number of finals than any of them. Like a final for Spurs is a rarity. So
Yeah.
we don't even create enough moments for our players to win the trophies. Like you're in a final, here's the chance. Whereas the other teams, they get to a lot more finals than us. So as a club, we're not a breeding ground for you to come and win silverware.
And the reason why it is that way because we've had more turnover. Because I compare that to more turnover in people. I'm talking about directors, sport directors, like coaching, everything, compared to the other big six clubs. And it's like this. I put it like this: you go to a bar, right? And I say, Alex, you have 10 chances to talk to 10 girls to get laid tonight, right? And Asthmatic, you only have 2. So that means Asthmatic has to basically hit a home run, has to, because he only has 2 chances.
She's getting hungry.
Alex has 10, where you can like, oh, I messed up.
Alex is feasted.
I missed one.
I'm about to do the old Bill Cosby. You know,
and Alex has a better chance of pulling that girl and taking them home. My man has bringing 2 girls home. He has 10 to talk about, where Asthmatic really has 2, and he better be accurate. You know, almost like Leicester City, right? It's almost like Leicester City is Asthmatic, and it's just like, bam, 1 for 1. All right, I'm successful. Whereas you're like City United, you got 10. You're like, man, I'm definitely gonna get 1 out of 10, maybe 2 out of 10. Oh, man, I got you 3 out of 10. You know, 1 for each day. I mean, you're all the same thing. So that's how you look at Spurs in regards to the chances that we get to play in compared to the other 5 clubs. It is like it's not.
It's true. But unfortunately, I think we are treated very harshly because of our standards at the end of the day, and I do think Son is too happy to just tag along a lot of the time. It's not me being horrible to him. I just think this whole thing.
Sorry. I don't know how it is in England. In the United States, that's a threat. That's a threat, bro. That is a threat. THC for life, dude. You need to go. Did you see the threat he made towards you? Still?
Listen.
Right,
Listen.
I wish I was in the UK.
Right. Let me set this straight.
You're talking,
last week. No. Last week, Stay Humble in the comments made racial abuse comments, and I timed him out, and I said, "Do that again, you're blocked. I should block you now for that, right?" And he said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just got angry." I said, "Your anger doesn't allow the excuse to be racist. Don't ever do that again, right?" I let it go. I shouldn't, but I let it go. Tonight, he's got angry, threatening people. He's been timed out for it. He comes back after the timeout, more threats. Everyone in the comments is getting angry with him and saying, get this guy out, he's out of order. So the mods have blocked him, right? I don't do all that stuff because I'm trying to do the show.
Yeah.
So don't accuse me of blocking him, right? And I'll be honest with you, he deserves to be blocked after last week and tonight. If he wants to come and find me at the stadium, I'm in the South Stand, block 259. Come and find me. I don't know what you look like. I don't know who you are. Come and find me.
Yeah, I'm like, come. Find me, bro. I'm like,
oh, man, I'm there every week. I don't have an issue with it. All right, end of. There you go.
But, yeah,
Alex, what you saying?
But I just think for me at the moment, Son is too happy just to tag along at the moment. I'm not being horrible. I'm just trying to say, like, if he had that ambition, and the thing is though, I'm saying what his dad's saying to him, right? Don't want to get personal, but this is what his dad's saying to him, and his nation's saying to him, by the way, right? That, you know, you need to push yourself to do more. You know what I mean? And I just think at the moment, to justify his time at Tottenham, he needs trophies. You know what I mean? You know, because but to be fair, he is doing his best at the end of the day in terms of he's clinical, and that's all you can ask for him. That's all you can ask from him, and that's it. But as a captain, he needs to lead this team to just do something more. You know what I mean? But I will say this,
Alex, how? Like you say that, but like,
I think the team.
what more can he do? What more can he do?
I think. Well, unfortunately because he's captain, the onus is on him as well. You know what I mean?
To do what? To do what?
Well, just to push the team further. You know, make sure that not.
To be fair with Alex, I've said this, and I take ownership of this. Though I say they have less chances, but at those chances, where I've seen legends, I've seen people, Batistuta, I've seen Maradona, I've seen these legends take the game by the scruff and say, "Yo, we are not going to lose this game." I wish I see more of that in Kane and Son. That's my only.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Look at the place. Yo, get me the damn ball. I'm not gonna complain about service. I've never seen Kane be that dog and say, "Yo, get me service. We're trailing here. We need to get going." Or in those games where we've been eliminated, right?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
They put their head down. I hate when they put their head down.
It's like Gerrard. It's like Gerrard in the Champions League final.
It exudes the Tottenham culture, and for me, that's what my only beef with Kane and Son. Kane.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Murray.
I've seen him play. I've seen legends like say, "Yo, what the hell is going on here?"
Murray, how many finals have Son and Kane played in for Spurs? How many finals?
No, a few. I count semifinals and finals. Few.
Okay.
I agree. But I'm just
semi-final against Chelsea. Son got played at left back, right? Poch started him at left back. What do you want him to do? Kane scored in that game. He scored in that semi-final, right?
Okay.
But we weren't Chelsea. They brought on Fabregas. They brought on Costa. They brought on an array of talent that we couldn't compete with.
The team that we didn't score one goal with their manager is in prison. I forget that team. Their manager's in prison.
That was a quarter-final, Dinamo Zagreb.
Yeah. Are you telling me a team with Kane and Harry Kane and Son that we can't get one goal to advance into the next round of it was the
Murray, they low blocked us and hit us on counters, and the defense not once thought, let me bring down one of their players and stop letting them run through, right? Look, when I look at the finals, right? When I look at the Carabao Cup final, we got rid of Mourinho, who would have not set us up that way.
I agree.
Ryan Mason takes over. The best player on the pitch on the day, Lo Celso, he takes off. Gareth Bale, I think, started on the bench or something like that, or Bale came off. He starts Harry Winks in the middle. You're thinking, we're not going to create anything. Guess what? We didn't create anything. And yet we as a fan base are going to say, oh, Kane and Son didn't deliver. Did we give them a chance to deliver? The Champions League final, Kane was injured. He should never have even played in that final. Yeah. And then we've got a midfield up against Liverpool. Liverpool, who finished 25 points ahead of us in the league. We're playing them, who nearly won the league, and we start with a midfield of Moussa Sissoko and Harry Winks. We were abysmal in that final. Like, I just feel that it's fair to say that Kane and Son grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck, but that alone is not enough for the situations we've been in. Like, I want to see.
Even with the England national team, I don't know. It's just for me. But the Euros. But again, Murray, the Euros. We get to the final. It goes to penalties against Italy. Did Kane step up and put his penalty away? Clutch. Yes, he did. And right.
Saka comes up, misses. Sancho comes up, misses. Kane doesn't win finals. He doesn't turn up. It's like I just feel we've got this habit at Spurs of going after our best players
Yeah, but it's just
And we don't look at the weaker players that have let the whole thing down.
But
I think we're looking at it the wrong way.
There's some footballers I've seen, man. It's just that special magic moment, man, where
Would
these guys
you
shine.
prefer if Madison was captain?
Like it's those time where they
Because
they
Madison's that player
have
that's
refused
on the
to
ball.
have
That's
my
what you're talking
team
about.
lose. And for me, I've not seen it even with Kane. Like for perfect example, everybody's making fun of Bayern may go their first year without winning a trophy. Now Bayern is loaded. They just lost back to back to Lazio, and they just lost to Bayern Luke. Like Harry Kane may go through a season without a trophy, and I'm just like, this is the game. Like, yo, dude.
Yeah, again, Murray. I think he's cursed. Tuchel Tuchel is all over the shop. What? I'm watching Tuchel turn an attacking array of talent into this clueless outfit right now. Like, but you know what? Kane will get the blame. We're gonna put it on Kane. As Spurs fans, we will put this on Kane. I guarantee we will do it. I've never seen Kane and Son have a good team put around them, and then we can really say, right, let's see what you're about. Let's see what you're about. And Arsenal fans will argue, oh, but Aubameyang against Chelsea, he stepped up. And I'm like, yeah, but Chelsea's best player on the day, the American guy, the short guy, the American guy they had on the wing, forgot his name, the wide player that Chelsea used to have.
The American guy, Pulisic.
Yeah, Pulisic. He was the best player in that cup final. He goes off. He's running in on goal. He pulls his hamstring. He was their best player on the day. He goes off. Chelsea go down to 10 men. I'm like, everything is dropping for Arsenal. Everything is dropping for them, and Aubameyang is going to get called a hero. We got to a final, penalty 30 seconds in. It never drops for us, man. Nothing drops for us. We go to a final, we sack the manager before the final. It's like, can we just not screw ourselves over so we can actually judge our players correctly? But we honestly, I feel we're cursed at times, man. As much as I cuss Levy, I think we're cursed as well. There's so much juju whenever we get to any kind of peak event.
Look at this clown. Can you? I'm gonna buy a ticket.
Stelios thinks he's a G. Watch when you go to next. Listen, bro. If you're gonna make threats, I'll block you as well. I'll block you as well, man. I'll block you.
No.
Come and find me at the next home game. Do it.
Ticket. I will love yo. I got your back. You got.
He's not doing shit. He's not doing shit. He's not doing shit. These people are cute.
I'm at the
just
stadium,
block it.
I swear if I had a ticket. Fly on over, man.
Basically, you're racist. We've got someone in the chat who's a racist, and you are defending him. I've said nothing to you, but yet you want to get my attention. You've got my attention. Come and find me on match day. Do what you got to do. It doesn't change my life. There you go. I've even told you where I am. Block 259. I'm even telling you where I am. Block 259. I'll wait for you there.
It's just football in the chat, bro. It's just
you pussy clot.
Listen, pussy. Listen. The kickoff is at 3:00, right? At 2:30, I'll be outside gate 259. I'll have my camera on to see if you turn up. And if you don't turn up, I'm playing the video on YouTube. Come. There you go. I'll be ready. What do you want me to say, man? What do you want to say? Everyone's losing their mind over YouTube. I get. Listen.
People are warriors.
Because he got blocked from a YouTube channel. Fuck me. What's going to happen if someone actually did something to him in real life? Like actual real life problems.
They gotta find out. I'm telling you, man.
Anyway, look, Alex, I do think Harry Kane, he will go down in history as there'll be negatives put on him if he doesn't win a trophy somewhere. If he, it will happen, and maybe it will happen to Son as well. It will happen, but I do think it's a little bit harsh on these players who have delivered so much, but not just had a trophy as a team to complement it. Because when you look at individual awards, they've smashed the Premier League partnership record. They've won golden boots. They've won assist records. He's won 4 or 5 golden boots. He's broken the England record. Just don't get stabbed. Let's see. I'll find out. If it is, I'll get it on camera for you. All right, I'll put it on YouTube.
Big up, Mike.
And I'm sure Son won the Asia Cup, didn't he? Didn't he win the Asia Cup with South Korea like a while
Yeah,
back?
I understand. I think it's just more Tottenham at the moment. But listen, this is the
Carrick
date that
won nothing at Tottenham. Modric won nothing at Tottenham. Gareth Bale won nothing at Tottenham. Carl Walker won nothing at Tottenham.
What's that thing they used to say about Thierry Henry? They said like he got to like loads of finals or something.
He has to score in the final.
He never scored in the final.
But he has played well in the final. I've seen him for France, 1998. He was a big part of that team, and getting them to the final and playing in the final. You know, with Barthez and Zidane and Desailly and Deschamps.
Listen to the names. We're falling off. Listen to the names.
I know that team was loaded. Petit.
How many finals did Henry get to play in though?
That's a good question.
He played for the greatest French team we've ever going to, one of the in fact, the greatest French team we've ever seen, with some of the best players in the world in their prime: Zizou, Trezeguet, Deschamps, Desailly. Ballers, man. The goalie, Barthez, in his prime. Ballers. Right? Harry Kane's going to finals with Son, Winks, Sissoko, Eric Dyer. Yeah, we're cooking, people. We're cooking.
Raheem Sterling.
It's crazy. Henry played in the greatest Arsenal team in history, the Invincibles, surrounded by some of the best players the Premier League seen: Bergkamp, Overmars, Petit, Vieira, the Judas himself, Martin Keown, Ashley Cole, the best left back you've ever seen in Premier League history, arguably. Come on, man. I don't know, man. I get. Do you know what? Maybe I get too defensive over them. Maybe I should turn on them as well. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm at my depth on this one.
I just bring a different perspective. Like I said, he's a legend. You heard me say this before. I walk into a Brazilian barbershop or restaurant here, right? Because little Brazil's here, then you got little Germany here, because Florida is like one international zone. And whenever I bring up Harry Kane, everybody says, "Oh, great striker whatsoever," but they never say he's a legend because they've never seen a legend moment. I'm just being honest. They've never seen, I go to Mexico a lot. Like they know Harry Kane's good, but he hasn't had that Benzema moment, right? I'm just being fair. Hasn't had that Messi, Ronaldo moment. He hasn't had those moments. So that's when you go into those places, right? And like I go to Miami, I walk to a barbershop. Half of the people are Barcelona fans, Real Madrid fans, and they will tell you this is why winning trophies is so important. Because even I come in as Spurs fan, I'm like, oh, that's the club that don't win trophies. Oh, he's a good player, but he doesn't win trophies. I know it's harsh, but it's reality. They were like, oh, Lewandowski, oh, he's great. I think Harry Kane's better than Lewandowski, but because Lewandowski's won a Champions League, won trophies, right? You go into these barbershops, and these people, they love football, but they're like, yo, they say Lewandowski's better. Why? Because he's had those moments. It seems unfair, but that's how it is, especially outside of England. I'm just being honest.
Kane will probably break Lewandowski's record, but if he doesn't win a trophy there, then people will just use that against him. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It is what it is, man. It's like there's nothing more he can do. Hopefully, that's not getting into his head. But he seems like he's a strong-minded, strong-willed person anyway. So,
I mean, go look at the Bleacher Report at ESPN yesterday. They're making fun of Harry Kane. They're like, Bayern is going to possibly not win a trophy for the first time in 11 years. And they put Spurs next to the Bayern logo. I can show you the picture. I can show you the picture. They put
No,
Spurs logo under
Well,
the Bayern jersey, and I feel bad. I want Harry Kane to win trophies. I want him to win because I don't like these ESPN and Sky Sports and people making fun of Harry Kane. I mean, he's not on our team. He's still one of my favorite players, you know. But in reality, people are harsh, man. People are harsh. They lost yesterday. That Lazio lost yesterday. Didn't do him any favors.
He has a chance to rectify it though against when they go in the second leg at the Bayern Munich's home ground. So he still has a chance.
Do you know something? I honestly think that Bayern Munich need to get rid of Tuchel. I don't understand. I don't understand how they've kept Tuchel. The performances haven't been good under him in the last couple of months, in my opinion. They've got some brilliant players there, man. Gnabry, Sane, Kingsley Coman, Kimmich, Masala. They've got some fantastic players. If a manager like Pep or Klopp, or dare I say an Ange, had this kind of attacking talent, oh my God, man. Jesus.
Well, I'm glad he's at Bayern Munich because he could have ended up being at Tottenham, innit? You know what I mean? Because there was rumours that he was nearly one of our managers, Thomas Tuchel.
I didn't want. I remember.
I didn't want Thomas Tuchel as well, but there was rumours that he was nearly was it Daniel Levy wanting to offer him the job, and that was it. Which would have been an absolute. I couldn't. I wasn't really keen on him, to be honest with you.
From Conte to Tuchel, when people complain about Conte, now Magic Tuchel, I'm glad Bayern hijacked it. I'm so glad they hijacked that deal and got Tuchel. Yeah, because he is the worst.
Would you guys be more happy if
Allegri? I don't want to see him, Allegri, or Rudy Garcia anywhere near Spurs. I mean, that's if things go wrong with Ange. Those three managers on top of my head, I don't ever want to see near Tottenham. Tuchel, Rudy Garcia at Napoli, and Allegri at Juventus. And now you see they're turning on him right now. Allegri is the worst.
Going back to that captain question, would you guys be happier if Vicario was the captain?
Yep. Listen. Maybe I'm going to actually no. Actually, you know what? At the moment, I'm impressed with him.
What you want from your captains? But go on, carry on. Sorry.
I just think for me, I just see more. Maybe I'm not seeing what I'm seeing from Vicario from Son, but at the moment, I just see him telling people what to do. I just think he's got more command about him. He's got something more about him. I just don't see it with Son. I just don't associate those things with Son. From what I've seen when I've been at the stadium, I just see more leadership from him recently. I've just seen it more.
Alex, do you know something? You know, back in the day when we were growing up, the captain was always loud, tough, someone you wouldn't want to mess around with in the dressing room. I think the way the world's gone now, and the way just society has changed, that tough, strong, the governor kind of world is gone now. It's a bit more, let's think about each other's emotions, be careful of, mental health is a much bigger issue. The approach is different now. I don't think it's worth having a captain on a pitch anymore. I actually don't. You know what? It's only in England we make a big deal out of it. They don't make a big deal out of it in Europe. I actually believe nowadays everyone on the pitch should be a captain. Take ownership of stepping up as an individual. You're all captains. Take ownership. I don't think, back in the day, someone would grab you like, "Oi, fix up, yeah? Yeah, sorry. You grab someone now, I just think the role of the captain has changed now because of society. I don't think that we've got those kind of people anymore. There's no Roy Keanes, no Vieiras, there's no...
One of the best captains I've seen.
John Terry, then that breed's gone.
One of the best captains I see. And mind you, this is a team full of stars. Carlos Puyol one time grabbed Xavi, right? And
that's what I'm saying to you.
and said, look, the other team is coming back. Don't lose your composure whatsoever. Barcelona was able to hold on, and I looked at because because you have Xavi, you have Iniesta, you get to Carlos Puyol, one of the best captains I've seen. Huge, him, Riquelme, these guys, man. They weren't afraid to say, hey, look, and that's why I said I did. Well, on the old channel, my old channel, I did 2 episodes, The Mentality of Spurs. And this is why I put Kane and Son within there. Because there are many times where we lost to these inferior teams where the mentality is when these teams came back, no one said, hey, guys, come on, let's get that composure. I get what you're saying. I'm trying to get a fair and balanced view. But my argument I used was the comments from Mourinho, which was exactly the same as the comments as Poch, right? Poch, when we lost 5-1 to Newcastle, Poch said every player should not even go home to their wives and to their girlfriends. He made a rant. I broke down that rant and basically said that the team quit. The same exact and lost their composure. The same exact words Mourinho said, exactly the same words Conte did. Look at that episode, still up there, right? And that's why I go a little bit hard in on Kane, and I understand Alex to a bit because he's part of that team, he's part of that culture. And those 3 managers, 3, not 1, criticized the team, their mentality on the field when they lost to lesser teams, or panic when they had leads and whatsoever. So that's what I present in regards to Harry Kane.
Mari, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the 2 captains in the tunnel would have it out. The classic was the Vieira Keane. Wait till I see you on the pitch, right? Nowadays,
it's not like that.
You do a team huddle. You do a team huddle before kickoff in front of your fans.
Yeah,
it's if you didn't look on it, you're getting a slap in the face. Crap, focus, right? It's different now. Now it's cuddles, team hugs. Times have changed, man. It is what it is, right?
I think what Ange's done is he's not solely left it on Son's shoulders. He said to Romero, many leaders, he said, Romero, I need you to step up and be a leader. I need Maddison. I like your guile. I like the way you take the game by the scruff of the neck. You need to be a leader. And then Son, out of respect for how long you've been here and what you've actually done for the club, we're gonna give you the captaincy role as well. So I think you're right. And when I first saw Basuma, I thought even he was like a leader secretly. Do you know what I'm saying? He may have not had the armband, but I felt like the way he took the game by the scruff of the necks, in the first 5 games anyway, I thought like he was doing that kind of leadership role where at the end of games he was like doing this and rounding up the crowd and stuff. Even Porro, after little corners or free kicks or stuff like that, he would get the fans on their feet. So I think Ange was trying to give leadership to each and every player, but just in a different way. And he gave the 2 vice captains, so the fan base knew that those were the main guys, and then Son was the out and out man that wore the armband. But just wearing the armband isn't enough. It's about people becoming leaders and not hiding on the pitch. I think that's what he was trying to get into the players, in my opinion.
I agree. It's a good point. It's a good point. He's done it in a different way, hasn't he? Instead of just it makes sense to me.
And I think you've got the best out of Romero. Well, I say the best out of Romero. I think like Romero has improved by having that responsibility. We know what type of player Maddison is. Like he's that player that he wants to be on the ball. He wants to. He said that he wanted to wear that number 10 shirt. He wanted to feel that pressure. He said he thrives on that pressure. And so for me,
see, Ash, it's interesting you say that because I didn't know he said that. This is one of my biggest gripes with Brennan Johnson. He reminds me of Sessegnon, small fish that's come to a big pond and can't swim in the deep waters. I look at Udogie I look at Pape Sarr, young players, and they might not always do well, but they haven't been phased by the big stadium, big stage, the Premier League. I mean, and I saw this very early on. Do you remember the performance Pape Sarr put against AC Milan away last season?
I'll never forget it.
He was a kid that got put in the most difficult situation at the San Siro. He was our best player on the day. When after that game, I thought, we got someone that doesn't get phased. Like, I'm here to prove myself. Udogie, the first couple of games I saw him play. I saw the same thing. I look at Brennan Johnson, I think, dude, man, this isn't for you. You're drowning. And every time I watch him, he just looks like he's scared of making a mistake, scared of the fans booing. And I think he can't handle it for me. He's like Sessegnon. Sessegnon was the same his first couple of games. I thought, this is too big of a stage for you.
I think confidence is definitely an issue. And I said this to this as well. I said,
blatant, you can see his eyes.
In terms of our front three, confidence seems to be an issue. They're confidence players. You've got Werner. He had a real bad stint at Chelsea with a big price tag on his back. He's come back and he's got to prove to himself that he is worthy of the Premier League, that he can handle this league. So again, confidence. You've got Richarlison. We all know about his confidence, his mental health issues. And then on top of it now, you've got Johnson, 22-year-old kid. I still think he is a kid because the way he's not like a Kulusevski. Kulusevski's like a man-child compared to him, like in my opinion. But
Pape Sarr's 2 years younger, Ash. Pape Sarr's 2 years younger.
Yeah, you know. But like it's mad, like, because I heard an interview where they said they looked at Brennan, and the reason why they picked Brennan was because I think he was at Lincoln FC. He came from a team that was, I think they were trying to get promoted, and he had to go through that dogfight before he went back to Nottingham Forest. So he knows what it feels like to be in a dogfight. And obviously he got promoted with Nottingham Forest. And I think that's what Andrew was saying. He likes players that have been through some type of struggle. So that's why I wanted to give him a little bit more time just to see if he's going through this bad period where he's got low confidence. Can he get through it? Or is he going to drown like a Sessegnon, like you're saying? Is he going to like crumble like the rest of them? We need players that have something about them that they can overcome these little situations and they can stand up. Like at the moment, it's not looking good, bruv. I'll be real. It's not looking good. But
the thing is, like with Brennan Johnson, I watch him play. He can't beat a man. And the thing is, when you develop a player, At Forest, he could. I didn't really have him on high regard at Forest. I preferred Morgan Gibbs-White. I thought that was the guy we should have gone for. But at Forest, I don't know if you remember, he was beating his man. He was beating his man. Like, he wasn't prolific, but he would beat a man and he would get his shot off. He's not no way shooting as much as he did at Nottingham Forest. At Forest, he was peppering the goal. I know he played up front at certain times, but a lot of the times he did play on the right. And him and Morgan Gibbs-White, I remember they tore Leicester a new one. They tore Leicester. Them two, the way they linked up, I said, yeah, all right, listen, the pace. I don't know if you remember it. But Ash, isn't that one game though? Just one game though.
You remember it though, yeah? You remember it, innit? You do remember it.
I don't remember it, but I believe you.
That season, I think he got, I can't remember any goals he got, but like that he got his shots.
I think he was 10 goals.
He was getting shots off. He was getting like he's a shadow of himself from where he was at Forest.
But you see, this is my point. I've seen it happen before. Like, do you remember Wilfried Zaha left Palace, went to United, drowned?
Yeah, he drowned.
Emil Heskey. I know he did all right at Liverpool, but he wasn't the player he was at Leicester.
Wasn't at Leicester, yeah, of course.
And I just think certain players, they're good in a certain environment, a certain comfort zone. Once you take the player out the comfort zone, you don't know what's going to happen. So you see at Spurs, they do this thing in the academy where 25% of your training has to be out of your comfort zone. So they either play you in a harder group or they play you a year or two up. They know that you're going to probably drown, and they know they don't know if you're going to drown, but if you can tread water and keep your head above just the float, they keep you there because they know that in the long run, that's going to make you. So part of Spurs' training for the young players is 25% out of your comfort zone. to prepare you for the big stage if you get there. Brendan Johnson's come here and he's not handling it. And look, you're right. Maybe give him a bit more time. But the more and more I watch, the less and less I'm convinced. I'm not. I know he scored that tap in. Like, okay, well done. You made the run to the back post, and you were there to put it in the back of the net. Okay, well done. You identified the danger and you attacked it. But the 30 minutes before that was gash. Absolute. He ran the ball off the pitch at one point. It bounced off his knees.
That's confidence. That's confidence. You know that's confidence. That's confidence. But it's just whether or not he can get past that. Whether he can, because I'm with you. Like at the moment, he's playing. For me, he's playing within himself. Like he's not playing to his level or his ability from what I've seen from last season. Anyway, but I'm often talking about crossing because I didn't know that part of his game. I didn't really see that part of his game at Forest. I saw more of the goal threat, like being more of a wide forward. Does that make sense? And him taking his man on, like he definitely do it because he's got the pace. He's definitely got the pace for it. So why is he not doing it? It's because
I just don't think they've got the arrogance. Asmati. I don't think they've got the arrogance. All the three of them. Obviously, Son, but I just think for me,
you do need a bit of swag. You do need a bit of swag.
Swag. Just, Defoe.
Tony's that man. Tony's got that.
Yeah. I totally say.
He's going to Arsenal. You know he's going to Arsenal. We know it.
You know. Tony's got that swag. He's got that swag.
I'd love Tony at Spurs. I'd love Tony at Spurs.
The way he holds up the play, the way his weight of pass, like completely destroys Richarlison. That
he just looks like he doesn't care sometimes as well. But that's what a striker does. When he misses a chance, he just shrugs it off just like this. Shrugs it up like this, as thinking, so what? I'll score the next chance. That's it. That's what he's like. You know what I mean? He's just got that swag. I just don't. Unfortunately, I look at our strikers. They just don't. They just other than Son, I just look at them and think they're nice guys. And you know what nice guys are? Unfortunately, Valentine's Day, that doesn't exist in Mr. Box Office's world. It shows you what swag's if you don't have swag, you end up lonely. End up lonely like the loser. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Mari said
he's a loser. He's a winner every single time, and that's it. You know what I mean? Winner in love and living everything and living life, and that's it. But you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean? You got a bit of swag about you. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, our strikers haven't got that. Defoe has swag. Berbatov has swag. You know what I mean? Keane has swag.
Was cold.
Swag.
Cold.
You know what I mean? Swag like anything. You know what I mean? Swag like anything every single time, all day long, every single day. You know what I mean? And do you know
who had loads of it? Alex, do you know who had loads of it, but it just went wrong in the end? Was Dele Alli.
Yeah.
Dele Alli. And Ash, that's what I mean. Young players need to impose themselves. They need to show they've got the minerals. I don't even in tackles. I see Johnson backing out. Like I don't remember what game it was.
No, you're right. You're right. That's unacceptable for me.
It was a couple of weeks ago when I think it might have been Brentford, when Brendan Johnson got put through and he saw the goalie coming and then he hesitated, and in the end he p-rolled it into the goalie's hands. It's moments like that where I think, man, you don't believe in yourself. You're scared of getting fouled. Like, I don't know, man. I'm very confident he's not going to cut it at Spurs. I'm very confident he hasn't got it, man.
It's down to the people, his circle, it's down to his coaching, and like it's down to him. To be fair, you're right. If he doesn't believe in himself, then he's not going to bring out that side that he can produce. And
unfortunately, players today, this is why I say it's a bang average league. There's too many players that are relying on their managers to keep them in this system. And that, unfortunately, that's what I mean by bang average league. It's about the managers now. Yeah, the managers and their systems are making these players the way the players are at the moment. It's not the players that are making the system. It's the system making the player. And that's why I say it's a bang average league.
Apart from Maddison.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He breaks. No, I'm saying he like if that's the matrix, he kind of breaks the matrix. Like he breaks out of it. Like the way he uses his initiative, always wants to get on the ball, make it happen. and then still finds a way to pop a shot off that, even when he's playing bad. Like people said, like, Madison's not even at full pelt yet. Do you know what I mean? Just imagine when Madison gets his rhythm and everything starts to get. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be a next level. But yeah, carry on, bro. Sorry.
He's no. You're spot on. I absolutely agree with you. He's a unique player. And I called it from the very moment I saw him against Leicester, and I've seen him now. He's just that sort of player that he doesn't need somebody to tell him what to do. He's just got that in his head right now. You know what I mean? A unique player. Another player, like we said already, we talk about him all the time, and I think he's having a very disappointing season this season. I don't think he's at the right club. Grealish. Grealish is an absolute maverick.
yeah.
He's a Gascoigne in the making.
Love him.
Yeah,
yes,
and
yes.
unfortunately, he's got a Man City, and he's been stifled, as far as I'm concerned.
Would you
He's
put a
not
bid
a
in for
guy.
him? Would you put a bid in for him? Would you put a big bid in for him? Like?
I would, but I don't think we'll get him. But I just think
We
for
can't
me,
afford his wages. He's on like
we can't
300
afford
grand
him.
a
We
week,
can't
man.
afford him, but he is for me.
I know he's
a
on big
maverick.
wages.
He's like a Gascoigne. He's like a Gascoigne.
I would love for him
He
to go Spurs.
he just loves to just run with the ball and you just give him a free roll. If he was with Harry Redknapp, he would just say, "Here you go."
If there was
Yeah,
ever
all
a
the players
perfect
around him,
Spurs
just
player,
you back him up.
Ash,
You just here you
it
go.
would be
Here you
Grealish.
go.
You know, he's unhappy at City right now. He's ready to win his trophies. If we were a club that ever had ambition, we would go to City and say, "Hey, all right." If there was ever a 100 million player that Levy ever paid for, I think it would be Grealish. You know, he would kind of like take over.
So, Mari, would you have 2 8s then? Would you have 2 attacking 8s with 1 sitting in? So would you just give Grealish and Madison the keys to the city and say,
yeah.
look,
yeah, here you go, do whatever. I mean, it would be perfect in Ann's system. I think whoever gets Grealish is going to get, because Pep changed the man. Pep, Pep is the genius, but he changed the man. He it's like he plays handcuff. You know, he's playing good, but he plays handcuff. I mean, if he was at Spurs, I like literally this guy would be. He would be.
City just got the wrong player for me. I just think Kane would have suited Man City, and I think Grealish just needs a club he just needs to get to that next level where he could take over a game. You know what I mean? That's what sort of player he wants. I don't think he's satisfied. I think he enjoys this footwork, Man City, because he's winning trophies, right? And I think the discipline, but I don't think he's a disciplined player. I think he's a guy that you just let him develop into, give him more ideas to what he can do to make him better. You know what I mean? And just be that ultimate. You know, he's the main guy. He's the Messi for Aston Villa. You know what I mean? That Messi is the world class player he is, like the Ronaldo for Man United, Real Madrid, Juventus. He's that sort of guy for them. You know what I mean? For the Aston Villas, the Tottenhams. You know what I mean? That guy that he's had the spotlight. You know what I mean? And that's I'm not trying to praise. I'm not saying he's as good as those players. No, but I'm just making an example out there. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm not trying to say he's good as good as Messi. No, that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying he's just not that player at the moment, Man City.
Grealish is a rare commodity. He's someone that can dribble and he can beat one man, two man, and he gets fouled a lot. So a lot of people will see Grealish on the ground. It's because he's getting chopped. They don't know how to stop him, so they just chop him. And he wins you a lot of free kicks and he wins you a lot of yellow cards against the opposition, which then puts them in a position where they can't make another foul because then they get a red, or you're forced into making subs because you've got players on the yellow. I think at Aston Villa, the way they played, he had the freedom to just dribble and just play. Whereas Pep is like a deep thinking elite strategist. He knows exactly where he wants the ball to move, when players should have freedom, when they shouldn't be free. All this Arteta talk of I've got non-negotiables, he's taken that from Pep. Pep's got non-negotiables with his players. And I think to some degree, the dribbling freedom has been coached out of Jack to suit the Man City system. And listen, don't get me wrong, it worked, because in Champions League last year, Jack Grealish was fire. He was unbelievable. But I think that raw talent, that raw dribbler, like the Gascoigne that Murray, that Alex called him, that player would be magic in a Spurs system. in those wide areas. That's the player we're crying out for. Someone that can just dribble, man, and who's got goals and assists at the end of it. If we could release the old Jack Grealish, mate, it'd be gold for Spurs. Absolutely amazing. He's a top talent.
Yeah, he is.
But I did look at Foden, and I think he's now coming to the floor now.
Oh,
And I just think he's doing better. I think
He's a quality player, man.
He's putting me in the mud now because I thought he just wasn't the man. But now he's become the man. He's becoming the man. You know what I mean? The man that you're just sitting there, the go-to. You know
My
what I mean?
comparison with him and Saka is that Saka gets way more minutes than Foden, but they produce the same numbers.
I think now with Foden, I think Foden's been played out of position at Man City. Sometimes they play him out wide, and that's the reason why you don't see the best of Foden. When Foden's playing in those central areas, in those pockets, in between the lines, in between that defense and midfield, they don't know how to pick him up. He can go left, he can go right. He knows when to drift into the box and ghost, and he's got the tight control as well. He's got the quality to kind of get on the ball and finish things off. That's, I think, the difference between Foden and maybe a Saka. Saka is good, but show him on his right, he's not as good. Foden can go left or right. Do you understand? And he's like a street baller at the same time. He's technically gifted.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference. If Foden wasn't being played out wide by Pep, I think you would have seen a different Foden from a long time.
Oh, yeah. And I think he's got the advantage over Grealish because he's been in the academy, hasn't he? So he's grown in that system. You see what I'm saying? So I think he's learned from that as well. But I'm seeing a different side to Foden this season, and he's taking games by the scruff of the neck. That's what I like about him now. You know what I mean? He's not the sidekick, right? He's now the main man. You know what I mean? He's not talking about Rodri.
Alvarez. There's sometimes they don't even need Haaland with two strikers up front. Him and Foden and Julian Alvarez, which a lot of people like. I told you Julian Alvarez will ball. Julian Alvarez is balling.
That's the reason why Foden's not being played as that like attacking mid, or because Alvarez has been taking that position. But I think with Grealish out wide, I think Grealish has more physicality, and he's expected to do defensive work on that left-hand side. And I think that's the reason why he's kind of almost like a sacrificial lamb, where he doesn't play Grealish in that midfield. He plays him out wide to kind of help that flank work. Foden, for me, hasn't got that same physicality in terms of like defensive work. So that's why he struggles maybe in wider areas, and his numbers dip. Every time he goes wide, like I've got him as captain. I had him as captain, but I have to change. I made it Haaland now, but sometimes Pep pulls him out wide and it affects his game completely. I've just seen his numbers just fall off a cliff, in my opinion.
I agree with you there, to be honest with you. I think, and he's even said it himself, he'd rather play in the centre. Which I absolutely agree with you. And I think you'll learn. I think you'll hopefully learn. And I think you'll be. I look at him like he could become like a Modric, a little Modric, or a little Silva. You know, Silva, unfortunately, who retired. You know what I mean? I think he's got that to his game. You know what I mean? I just think hopefully he keeps on improving. But this season, especially against Brentford, he's magical. Absolutely magical.
Interesting to see what happens at the Euros, what Southgate does with him, because he's got a dilemma now where he likes to play a double pivot of two defensive midfielders. So he would like to go with a Phillips and a Rice, or maybe a Rice and a Henderson, or a Rice and maybe Kobe Mainoo. But in terms of
you guys are out there in the UK. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was quickly say, it'll be interesting to see because Bellingham's cooking right now. Bellingham playing that.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
I've seen him. You guys do not win a major European with this generation. It's criminal.
I'm telling you, Southgate is going to fumble the bag. I'm telling you, my broski.
I think he will be fumbling.
He's going to fumble the bag. I'm telling you.
Foden, Grealish, Madison.
He's not going to play Foden.
Rashford.
Foden, Madison, Grealish. They're going to be playing out wide. I'm telling you. He's going to
France
play.
are winning the Euros, man. France are winning the Euros. Watch.
Yeah. Technically, they got the technical players, haven't they, in every position? I think that's what they've got over us.
They got better defenders as well. They got
I'm
better
saying,
defenders.
technically,
Maguire shows up for England. Maguire shows up for England. That's the only question mark I have is the defense. But Maguire shows up. He actually shows up for
he's been doing
England.
all right for United, to be fair, this season. Well, he has actually been doing all right. United fans
I
can't.
agree with you there, to be honest with you. But I mean, I'm zoned out on
Criminal.
the international football.
It's actually
Bellingham will play that, and he won't go. He won't change the formation. He won't do a 4-3-3. He will do the 4-2-1 or 4-2, whatever it is. You have two midfielders that are more defensive because he's a defensive manager. Like, he's a defender. Remember, Southgate was a defender back in the day. Like, he's the one that missed the penalty. So he's gonna bring that pragmatism to England. He's never gonna risk it and think, let me play what suits us, what we have at the moment, play to our strengths. If you play to our strengths, then you make England an all-attacking team. You make England like Ange ball, like literally high press, high line, literally, press, Gergen press style, win the ball high up and try and score and try and dominate possession. But you're not gonna get that with Southgate, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. Oh gosh, I gotta go, man. I'm starving. I gotta get something to eat, man. I'm waiting. I'm gonna jump off. Still, we want to end the show?
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here, man. I need to get some kind of sleep at some point.
Yeah, man. I gotta eat.
Head is booming.
I agree with Ash, by the way. Southgate will drop the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And that's criminal, man.
Southgate's a bum. Another one.
That squad, I mean, the talent. Oh, man, I would do.
Listen, I shouldn't. Like, this might be offensive. I don't know. You got to be careful what you say nowadays. Anyone who wears a waistcoat on the sidelines on a match day, nah.
Call him waistcoat. That's what his new name is.
No, this is football, people. This is football. Like, turn it up with a bow tie and a waistcoat. Come on.
Those days are long gone, man. Those days are long gone.
Big up to everybody. Big up to everybody on the stream, bro. Big up to everybody in the stream. Big up to everybody on the show, bruv. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I think Mr. Box Office needs to take over a little bit because I think I look at Mari and he looks tired, bruv. You know what I mean? I think some people need some tiring. So I think, unfortunately, Mr. Box Office needs to wrap the show up for these guys, bruv. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like,
end it.
Big up to everybody who came on the show today. Big up to Stefan. Big up to Connor. Big up to our boy TJ. Yeah. Big up to Saeed as well, making his debut on Tottenham away. Big up to my boy Asthmatic. Yeah, I mean, like, I forgive him. You know what I mean? Because he had a good panel on yesterday, and I understand. And please subscribe to Spurs King. Right, by the way, big up to Stelios. He's doing well. You know what I mean? The subscribers count is going up, bruv. You know what I mean? You're really hot at the moment. You know what I mean? So big up to you.
Yeah,
by the way, as well,
really
big up to Sava for having Leon. Yeah, Lee, right? Lee is underrated. Underrated, by the way. Big up to him for having him on his show.
Lee was also
big up to him as well, yeah. Big up for Mari to invite the one, Mr. Box Office, the main event, the Professor of Truth and Entertainment, the ratings killer. You know what I mean? Like I said, the people's nightmare and everyone's guilty pleasure at the same time, and that's it. And if you don't know, get to know, and that's it. And so, like everybody else, everything else, you know where to find everybody. You know where to find the hot show, Tottenham away. You know what I mean? It's coming soon. You know what I mean? You know what to find us as well. You know we're gonna get the reaction to the reaction of the game against Wolves as well. It's going to be fiery if Mr. Botfus turns up and if it will talk waffle every single time, and that's it. You know you're going to get your Monday show. You know what I mean? The big show on the on Spurs YouTube, and that's it every single time, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. I'll give you to Mari to wrap it up and finish the day, and that's it. And everyone needs to go home and have their sleep, and that's it. And if you don't know, get to know. Back to you, Mari. I'm done.
And on that note, come on, Spurs.
Murray, I just want to quickly say, subscribe to Alex, subscribe to Spurs King. Spurs,
Get
Spurs
Get him
Kings.
over 1,000, please. Get him over 1,000 and get these guys up to 5K. Let's go, guys. Come
Subscribe
on.
them. Subscribe to CMO Sports. Subscribe to TJ Warren.
Criminal. I was looking. There should have been more people watching yesterday's show, man. That Rivals show, man. And Tuesday's show was awesome. I look forward for those shows. All the shows on that channel, underrated. And then Alex, his immediate response. You got to please subscribe to his channels, man. Subscribe.
Oh.
On that note, come on, oh, he's back. We'll catch the background.
Sorry, I was just I was just in the middle of saying subscribe to Sad's channel as well, the Football Corner.
Yes.
Is that his channel? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Sam's. Okay.
Henry Thong TV channel member. Thank you so much, and you as well, CQ. Big up to you both. Stay humble for your super chat, even though you're blocked from the channel now. Thanks for the super chat. And the other thing I wanted to say, tomorrow 5 p.m. myself and Matt come check it out live. It's a good show. Matt's a top guy.
Underrated.
Very calm guy when he speaks about Spurs as well. We're gonna be live 9:30 p.m. on a Saturday after the match, and then Monday our podcast again 8:30. Alex, Ash, what are you guys next live?
Don't know yet.
You're gonna be after the game, Alex. Oh, well, live actually. I don't know when you'll be live, but yeah, I'll be live on Tuesday. We've got shows, previews on Friday, match reaction Saturday evening late, so like 8:30. You catch our post-match reaction, and then yeah, I'm back again on Tuesday just to round it up, just to look at the game in isolation a little bit deeper, and then Wednesday, Rivals, trying to pick it up a bit. But yeah, man, everyone's welcome to, like, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. If you like this show, you're definitely like Rivals. So
yeah. Rivals is a good show.
Guys, you got to check out Ash's show on a Wednesday. It is good.
Yeah,
it's different fans from Newcastle, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, Ash, and Ash gets a couple of other Spurs fans on there. It's and you know what? It's relaxed. It's fun.
I like
it's enjoyable. It's a good show.
It was hilarious yesterday. The Newcastle fan, what's his name? Oh my God.
TV.
I'm glad someone said that because I've been telling Ash about him.
He's my favorite one. He's my favorite one, the Newcastle.
He's a good one, isn't he? The
Yeah,
Chelsea fan as well. He's a good one.
He's like a lawyer. He's like a lawyer. I call him the lawyer.
Yeah, I like him, and I love the Liverpool fan as well. The Liverpool fan as well. He's good.
I was cracking up, man. I was like,
They were gold. They were gold in that show. Yeah.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Big up to the comments, people watching at home as well. Love every time.
Yeah, love every time. We're out of here.
Come on,
Mr.
the
Box Office
Spurs.
out.
You Spurs.